Secretary Blinken as a possible staged provocation. Are you seeing reports of any sort of preparations either for an attack on a chemical plant, or what are you seeing?
I don't have any specifics on that claim, but it is of a piece of the kinds of ridiculous claims that we have seen the Russians make in recent days of alleged provocations or assaults and attacks unprovoked on their people. So again, no knowledge of this particular one, but again, we've been seeing this over now recent days. These claims of whether they're acts of terror or acts of violence, unprovoked shelling of Russian forces or Russian separatists. All again, that is of a piece of the playbook that we have seen the Russians use time and time again. I have no specific knowledge about this particular report, but again, it fits perfectly into the Russian disinformation playbook.
Did the U.S. government help protect the Ukrainian government from this denial of service attack, the cyber attack? Did you help them with preparations for how to to get back online quickly after such an attack?
So first, I don't think we're in a position to attribute these cyber disruptions that you're talking about. I assume you're talking about the various websites, the government websites that were taken offline. What I would just tell you, broadly speaking, Jen, is that we have provided some cyber resilience training and assistance to the Ukrainians, and I won't go beyond that in terms of these specific attacks. Again, not in a position right now to attribute them to any one entity. I would just say that, again, this is of a piece of a Russian playbook, which is to disrupt in cyberspace. Let's see, anybody else? Janie?
Thank you, John. I have two questions on the Ukraine and linkage with Korea. If Russia uses nuclear weapons to invade Ukraine, what will the U.S. do? Secondly, if Russia were to use nuclear weapons in this invasion, what would be the impact on the Korean Peninsula? Because there is a fear that North Korea will copy this. Any comment?
Yeah, I'm going to avoid speculating here and getting into hypotheticals, particularly about the potential use of nuclear weapons, Janie. What we've said all along, two things. One, Mr. Putin has a lot of capability at his disposal right now. As I've said earlier, they are ready to go. And number two, if he decides to conduct a full-scale invasion here, again, bigger than what we've seen in just the last few days, this will be a war of choice. That he'll be doing so with diplomacy and options still left on the table. And it won't be bloodless. There will be suffering, there will be sacrifice. And all of that must and should be laid at his feet, because he's doing this by choice. How he does this, when he does this, we don't know for sure. But if he does this, this will be a war of choice and totally unnecessary. And as for the impact on the region, I couldn't begin to speculate. Nothing's changed, obviously, about our commitment to our South Korean allies, and we noted that the South Koreans also came out publicly yesterday with a statement of support for Ukraine. That was certainly noticed by the whole international community. But, yeah, in the back there, Abraham.
Yeah, thanks, John. A couple parts to this question. You just described a lot of different forces moving to the eastern flank. Is there any consideration of those forces going under NATO command, and why not? Also, there's the word is temporary is pretty prominent there. Is there a time frame for temporary? And is there any talk yet of the NATO rapid response, those U.S. forces getting activated?
Okay. Yep, there's a lot there. Right now, they're going to be under the command of General Walters in his U.S. European command hat. I don't know of any changes to that. Temporary, I don't have an exact time frame on this. I want to remind you that they were already in Europe They're simply repositioning elsewhere in Europe. I don't have a time frame on how long that repositioning is going to be, except to say that it'll be as long as we believe it's necessary, and the host nations, the new host nations that will be hosting these units, are willing to continue to have them. So this will be a constant discussion with each host nation that they end up in about where they go, how long they stay, and what kind of training opportunities they're going to conduct. This is really all about reassuring allies and partners and demonstrating that in tangible ways. On your, I lost your third question, dang it.
Rapid response force.
Oh, that's a better question for NATO, Abraham. That's not a question for the United States. That'll be up to the NAC to decide, North Atlantic Council to decide, not just the United States unilaterally, of course. What I will tell you is that as you know, the Secretary has put on a shorter alert tether our contributions to the NRF, the NATO Response Force, so they are more ready to go if called upon. So while I can't give you any sorts of timing or certainty about whether the NRF is going to be activated, what I can tell you with certainty that is, if it is, our contributions to the NRF will be ready to go and will contribute fully.
But they're still in the United States, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Tony.
Is there much discussion within the Pentagon or within the National Security Council about whether all of Putin's maneuvers and the force buildup is a grand game of brinksmanship, and he's got no intention of invading? He just wants to show his muscle, get the U.S. and NATO to commit to not letting Ukraine into the alliance. In other words, a game of brinksmanship, bluffing, but not really an intent to invade.
We have seen no indication of that, Tony.
Let me ask you though, has it been groupthink here though? You're all thinking, just assuming he's going to do this? Or have you actually skeptically looked at whether this is just a bunch of BS brinksmanship, albeit on a grand scale?
Tony, we've been looking at this now for months, and we've been talking to allies and partners for months. The Secretary was just in Brussels last week meeting with all his counterparts in the alliance. It's not just the United States who is deeply concerned about the potential for war in Ukraine now. That other NATO allies feel the same way. We've all been looking at this. I hope, we all hope, that we're wrong about this. But every indication we have is that he is poised to attack Ukraine again, and this time with what could be significant military force. I mean, we are talking about more than 150,000 troops that he has arrayed against that border. As I said earlier, we believe that they are now at a state of readiness where they could attack at any time. That's what we're seeing.
I love how he
That's
says
what we've
more
been
than
saying.
he
We've
says
been
more than
talking about this very openly now for weeks.
150,000.
We've seen, sadly and unfortunately, no indication that he's willing to de-escalate, move those troops back home, and actually get to some sort of serious diplomatic solution. Every indication, rather, that we see is quite the opposite.
Can I ask you a China-related question? Is there any indication that President Xi has given his tacit or explicit approval to Putin for a force, for an invasion? You recall there was speculation that an invasion wouldn't happen until the Olympics are over. The Olympics are over now. Any indication that China's given its wink and nod?
Well, I mean, I point you back to the February 4th statement that Xi and Putin put out, which certainly we took as tacit approval for what Mr. Putin is doing. You could point also to concerning comments by the Chinese Foreign Ministry yesterday that made it clear that they weren't going to support any what they called unlawful unilateral sanctions against Russia, and then blame the United States for contributing security assistance to Ukraine, somehow blaming us for this issue. No mention whatsoever in their statement about the 150,000 plus soldiers and the threats that Mr. Putin has been lobbying against Ukraine now for many weeks, including just yesterday. We wonder, can it really be the Chinese policy now to support separatist movements over the sovereignty of nation states? That's an interesting twist, isn't it? So,
Thank you,
Is there any? I would like to go back to the movements of U.S. troops to the Baltic states and to the eastern flank. Is there any consideration of sending more U.S. troops if there is an invasion, and on a permanent basis on this eastern flank of NATO?
There's nothing. There's no expectation at this time, Sylvia, that we're going to move to more permanent basing on NATO's eastern flank. What we're talking about now are short-term, temporary, rotational redeployments, if you will. As for your first question, whether there's, I assume what you're asking is, are we going to send more troops from the United States to NATO's eastern flank? And I have no such announcements or movements to speak of today, but as I have said repeatedly, we're going to keep all options on the table. I'm not going to rule out that the Secretary might want to consider that should there be a need. We're looking at this day by day, and just yesterday, as you saw, we did reposition inside Europe, and there are lots of options available to us to continue to look for ways to reinforce that eastern flank.
But this will be temporary. You don't think about changing your posture in case of an invasion.
Right now, we're focused on reassuring the allies, and we're going to be in constant contact with them in consultation about what that looks like and how you do that. Given the current tensions on the continent. It's too early to tell whether any of this is going to lead to some other longer-term posture changes. Certainly, we're just not at that point right now. Barbara.
You mentioned before that if this conflict breaks out, it would not be bloodless. So I assume that's also somewhat of a caution to Russia, that it would not be bloodless for them and their troops. Can you be any more specific as this is assessed? Or is the Russian military, to use the expression, really 10 feet tall, or do you see some vulnerabilities for them here?
So, clearly, if he chooses war, he chooses violence, which means he's deliberately choosing to put lives at danger. Soldiers' lives, civilians' lives. And he's going to have to bear the responsibility for that. And I would hope that he understands that some of those lives at risk are going to be his soldiers' lives. And he's going to have to answer to Russian moms and dads about their soldiers that aren't making it back home alive or making it back with injuries. He's going to have to answer for that.
You really think he cares?
And as for the 10 feet tall, look, I think getting into qualitative assessments here of militaries is probably not the best exercise for me right now. They have, as we've said for a long time, significant combined arms capabilities arrayed against Ukraine right now. And they are ready to go right now, should that be the way that Mr. Putin wants to go. And we would obviously like to see that not happen. And we would like to see him de-escalate. We would like to see him make a better choice here, which we still think there's time to do, and de-escalate. Move those troops back to garrison. Move them back home. Keep them safe, and not pursue a war of choice totally on what is his whim.
As we sit here today, are there still active, functioning channels of U.S. Russian military-to-military communications? Are you able to, the secretary, the chairman, are you able to pick up the phone, and will your counterparts talk to you?
Well, I would point to conversations that we've read out in just recent days. The Secretary spoke with Minister Shoigu just a few days ago. Chairman Milley.
Talking about right now.
I know, I'm getting there. Chairman Milley has had many conversations with General Gerasimov, his counterpart, and we have seen no indication that those lines of communication between those two leaders are closed. I don't have any additional phone conversations to talk about today or to announce, but we have seen no indication that there won't be that communication should it be necessary.
How about more of like a tactical line of communication? I don't know if deconfliction is the right term to use here because there's not a U.S. military component to this. Like they're not going to
That's
theoretically be flying over the same skies.
That's right.
But what about something that might deconflict tactically on the ground once Russia moves in? It seems that we keep hearing about the U.S. military moving more and more assets into that region. Is it appropriate for General Milley to be the one calling General Gerasimov when we're talking about like potentially very quick tactical moves on the ground?
I don't think we're at a point right now where that's needed, right? Because there hasn't been a large-scale invasion yet of Ukraine, and hopefully there won't be, Court. So hopefully there won't be any need for that kind of communication. But you get to a really good point, which is the potential, if he decides to go in big in Ukraine, that puts Russian military forces right up against the eastern flank of NATO, his western flank. And that's an eastern flank, by the way, that we're going to continue to reinforce and make more ready. And so you do get into a potential there for miscalculation and miscommunication. We're just not there yet that we can speak to specific deconfliction mechanisms, and hopefully there won't be a need for that. But it does raise a larger issue, your question does, of the potential for miscalculation here.
And given the fact that this isn't, again, I know we talk about deconfliction, I think a lot of us think of Syria, but this is a very different situation. There's not U.S. military component inside the potential invasion area,
Correct.
right? Would it be more appropriate for DOD or General Milley or state? Like, what would that mechanism, who would be the one who would be responsible for establishing that mechanism?
Yeah, again, we're not at that point right now, Courtney, so it's difficult to answer that question, and I'm not dodging it. It's just we aren't at that point right now. I mean, so I'd rather not speculate about who would be in communications with whom. And again, as my answer to Barb, there's no indication that we've gotten that there still isn't the ability at the strategic level for leaders to talk. Jim?
John, you talked about to build on Sylvie's question, you talked about the F-35s and I guess 32 Apaches. Well, it's not just an aircraft and a pilot. How many people are associated with those moves?
Yeah, all told, if you added up, the infantry battalion that we talked about, that's about 800, and then there's about another 200 crew, pilots, maintenance that would go with those aircraft elements that we talked about. So all told, the president's announcement yesterday equates to about 1,000 people. Again, I want to stress two things. They're being repositioned inside Europe. They're not coming from the States. And two, these are temporary moves.
And if I could just build on Courtney's question, doesn't General Walters in his NATO hat, can't he speak to Gerasimov?
I would suspect yes, as SACEUR, he certainly could. I know of no reason why he wouldn't be able to do that. General Gerasimov is the chief of defense, so he is more appropriately General Milley's counterpart. But I can't imagine that there'd be a reason why, if General Walters wanted to speak to him, that he couldn't in his NATO hat. Yeah.
John, based on, given the fact that Russians have brought a variety of capabilities to the area, including cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, do you still think that the arms provided by the United States would help Ukrainians to defend themselves against all these capabilities? Because
we are providing, again, lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine. They've expressed their gratitude for that assistance. I would remind you that, well, a couple of things, $650 million just this year alone, and we're still in discussions with them about what kind of support they might need going forward. And we're in constant consultation with them about their needs and what we can provide. It's not just us. That's my second point. Other nations are as well, stepping up to provide both lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine. Let me go to the phones here. I haven't done that yet. Let's see. Mike Bress, Washington Examiner.
Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Kirby. A little bit out of left field, but the 90-day period that General Michael Garrett had to look into the Syria strike from 2019 expires this weekend. Would you details or take the question?
You know what? You broke up there, Mike. Can you just repeat the last part of your question?
Yeah, so the 90-day period for his investigation into the 2019 Syria strike expires this weekend. Could you provide any update or take the question?
I know that he's wrapping that up, Mike. I don't have a specific timeline of when that's going to be turned in and reviewed. I will take the question and we'll see if we can't get you a better answer, Tom.
Hi, John. Good afternoon. I have two questions, one on Ukraine and one on the Guard deployment. Which would you like first?
You can decide, Tom.
The Guard deployment is the easier one, perhaps. There's been reports and complaints and concerns by the District of Columbia government and Capitol Police. They don't have the ability to remove trucks, tow trucks, in other words, to remove any trucks that impede traffic situations. Is there any Defense Department assets that could be made available to help them in this situation?
You know, I don't really know, Tom. I mean, the request that we got was for some personnel and 50 vehicles to help with traffic flow. There's been no request of the department for tow truck capability, and frankly, I'm not sure that we have a lot of that, to be honest with you.
That's what I'm saying.
I honestly don't know how many tow trucks we own, but I don't think it's very many. So, again, we're focused on meeting the requirements that they laid forth for help. Again, roughly 700 guardsmen and 50 vehicles. What's your second question?
On Ukraine, you've talked a lot, and others have talked about what the Russians are doing is out of their playbook. In other words, they're everything they're doing is sort of doing their playbook.
Yeah.
Yet the massive development of the forces on the border, the type of overall attack that's being projected possibly for Ukraine, that's not the blunderbuss approach they usually have taken if you look at Georgia and the Crimea and other areas. What playbook are they emulating for this possible attack on Ukraine?
When we talk about the playbook, as you will, we're talking about the preparatory moves that we have seen them do in the past, and 2014 is a great example of that. And when we look at the kinds of pretextual things they were doing, it seems to me like they haven't updated their playbook in a long time, because it's the same kind of stuff. It's claiming that they're the victims, creating false events, or even not even creating events, but simply claiming that things happened that never did, to paint themselves as the victims. As if Ukraine, which has never attacked anybody, is all of a sudden going to spuriously attack Russia and threaten their national security when there's 150,000 plus troops along the border. I mean, it is ridiculous. But that is exactly the kind of plays we've seen them run, the preparatory plays. Now, to your point, and it's a fair one, what we've seen them array against that along the border, more than 150,000 troops and significant, as I said, combined arms capabilities, that is something we haven't seen them do before.
Where do you think they've gotten that tactic from, that strategy from, since they've never employed it in their past adventurism?
That is a great question for Vladimir Putin. I mean, I'm not trying to dodge the question, but
Russian accent.
I'm not trying to dodge the question, but we don't know. I mean, we can't possibly get inside his head to figure out, why he's doing it the way he's doing it. And again, Tom, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, it doesn't have to be this way. He can make another choice. Of all the options he has available to him, the one he still has is diplomacy, if he chooses. And we just haven't seen an indication to do that.
Hey, John, two questions. First off, any idea whether or not Russia's also used the Wagner Group mercenaries as part of this invasion force, or is it strictly sort of mainline Russian army troops?
I have not seen any indications of that. I can't.
Nothing, anything like that.
I haven't seen indications of the Wagner Group being used, but again, that's really that might be a level of detail we don't have.
Okay. Also, to go back a little bit in history, the Soviet Union conquered Hungary in '56, rolled through Czechoslovakia in '68. The U.S. complained and made a lot of noise, but nothing really happened. How will this turn out different from what's already happened in the past with their former satellite countries?
I was a history major at the University of South Florida, but I don't know that I can answer that one. Well, let me just put it this way. what we hope happens is that he de-escalates, and this war of choice doesn't occur. It's difficult if he chooses to go ahead, and again, every indication is that he will. It's the one thing any student of war will tell you is it's unpredictable once it starts. It's the old adage, I think it was Eisenhower, right? No plan survives first contact. It's difficult to know where this will go. What we believe is that it will involve significant casualties and destruction, and that it will only cause instability on the European continent, rather than the stability that I think most of the world and certainly the West wants to see. Where it goes beyond that, I just don't know, Mike, because we don't know really what he has in mind here. I mean, he's pretty much, in terms of military action, that's what I mean. If you look at his speech, he was pretty clear, wasn't he, about the disdain he has for Ukrainian sovereignty, and the false claim that Russia created Ukraine. I mean, it's pretty obvious that, as the Ukrainian foreign minister said just when he was here, that Putin wants to erase Ukraine as a nation state. What that ends up looking like long term is difficult to know. And again, at the risk of sounding like I'm dodging, and I'm not, I truly don't know the answer to your question. It's a good one, and I don't know anybody can know that. But it doesn't have to be that way. It just doesn't have to be that way. He can choose a different path here, which is still open to him, and that's what I think all of us would like to see him do. I get time for a couple more. Yeah, go ahead.
A country is invading another country just because that country wants to be part of an alliance that the United States is leading, like NATO. Isn't that an indirect threat to NATO and the United States national security at the same time?
Well, prominent, it's a threat to the Ukrainian people. And I think, again, if you go back and look at his speech, certainly he's groused about potential NATO membership for Ukraine, no doubt about it. But he laid out an even more sweeping alternative reality in his speech, that it isn't just about whether or not NATO, Ukraine joins NATO. As for whether it further threatens NATO, I think that remains to be seen. Clearly, we are making it very obvious that we take our obligations to NATO seriously. That's why we're sending these additional forces. That's why we're bolstering our allies. That's why Secretary Austin was in Europe just last week to deliver that message, so that Mr. Putin knows, and quite frankly, our allies know too, what President Biden said. We will defend every inch of NATO territory.
And just so you guys know, in case you hadn't heard yet, just an hour and 31 minutes ago, Ukraine is under a national state of emergency. I repeat, Ukraine is now under a national state of emergency.
Again, we don't want to see it come to that. But if it does come to that, the United States will be ready.
But
Okay.
you are really saying that the open door policy, you are stick to the open door policy of NATO.
It is up to the alliance and the nation state in question to determine future membership. It is not something that Mr. Putin gets to veto. Period. Okay, thanks everybody.
Yeah,
So while you were up there, there was a notice from Interfax that the two leaders of the separatist regions of eastern Ukraine have asked Russia
Audio and camera.
Audio, yeah.
Yeah, no audio.
for help repelling aggression from the Ukrainian army. And we should have probably for one of
All right, folks, so we changed the camera in the lower right corner, a little more traffic there, but we lost audio. Still have the audio out of the camera top center. That's downtown Ukraine, or excuse me, Kiev in Ukraine. That's the Maiden Square in Ukraine. Upper left-hand corner is Kiev. Upper right is a road out in the middle of nowhere that has had more traffic tonight than you can shake a stick at. The center camera and the one to the right of that are both Sumy. We've got Mariupol in your lower left. I believe Kharkiv in the bottom center and on the bottom right. So, or it might be Luhansk in the bottom center. I can't remember. We've changed so many of them around so many times. But anyway, we're going to continue with this. Let me see what else I can get for you.
Russia deployed fighter bombers, attack aircraft and helicopters to the occupied Crimea. In the coming days, the Russian Federation plans to conduct maneuvers over the Black Sea under the pretext of exercises. They can only differ in pretext, and the pretext is likely to be offensive. Fire support helicopters are mainly used in offensive operations. They have a continuous schedule of exercises, and this can no longer be called a schedule. But this is a bulk of exercises with a huge number of troops. Such exercises are more like muscle flexing in front of Kiev and the West. A vivid example of this is prolongation of the Russian-Belarusian exercises for an undefined period. I won't be surprised if exercises begin at the Russian-Ukrainian border in the Belgorod-Bryansk region, where they also concentrated part of the forces. There are elements of one plan to intimidate Ukraine. They spend fabulous money, but the task is to show how ready their troops are. This is part of the Russian campaign to put pressure on Ukraine, that is military, political and economical pressure, because the naval blockade, this quasi-blockade, which has been going on for 7 years, has been causing us economical damage first of all. At the moment, Russia has deployed 46 warships from all fleets of the Russian Federation in the Black and Azov Seas, and this is enough for an invasion from the sea, according to the Center for Defense Strategies. It's hard to say, but the more equipment and military...
All right, breaking news here, folks. Breaking news. Russia has just closed airspace near Ukraine border to civilian flights. NOTAM just came out. Russia closes airspace near Ukrainian border to civilian flights. We've got it up here. Let me see if I can get it for you here. Get it all up for you here, full screen. So, let me do that. Here we go. This is the area, folks. So they've closed it from here all the way along the Russian border. The entire Russian border is now closed to all civilian air traffic. Repeating, the Russian border is now closed to all civilian all civilian flights, all civilian air traffic. This is what they have closed right here. So at least they're giving you a warning that they are getting ready to attack. Again, breaking news. Share this everywhere. Russia has now closed the airspace along the Ukrainian-Russian border. And this goes all the way from the Sea of Azov all the way up to Belarus. Sea of Azovs, all the way up to Belarus. You heard it here first, folks. Share this out everywhere. Just 16 minutes ago.
Military they accumulate, the more picture of the inevitability of military escalation is clear. Experts are sure that Russia will continue to escalate the situation around Ukraine and in the occupied territories. The Kremlin's goal is to force Kyiv to negotiate with the representatives of the NGCA and force NATO to abandon plans to accept Ukraine into the alliance.
Yeah, we're going to get you as much as we can on this, folks. They just closed the airspace along the border with Ukraine to all civilian aircraft. Getting nuttier by the moment. So my lovely wife just made me a late lunch. So I'm going to enjoy that for a few minutes here. Get you guys, oop, I'm on the wrong screen. Look at that. Get you guys some news here for the day. And the noise you're hearing in the background, that is the vehicles driving on the on Maidan Square in Kiev. Oh, let's see at this.
Ukraine is set to declare a state of emergency as tensions with Russia boil over.
The measure will likely be approved within 48 hours and will last 30 days. It will exclude Donetsk and Luhansk, the two Russian-controlled separatist regions Putin has declared independent. Emergency measures have been in place in those areas since 2014.
Meanwhile, Russia is announcing the financial measures it will take to protect itself in light of U.S. sanctions designed to cut Moscow off from Western financing.
Despite all the maneuvering, President Putin says he is still open to, quote, direct and honest dialogue, with the caveat Russia's security concerns are non-negotiable. CBS News' Deborah Alfarone has more from the White House.
Ukraine announced a state of emergency and is mobilizing its National Guard in response to the threat from Russia.
Plan A is to utilize every tool of diplomacy to deter Russia and prevent further escalation. And if that fails, Plan B is to fight for every inch of our land and every city and every village.
The U.S. says Russia continues to send forces into rebel-held areas of eastern Ukraine, and satellite images show the Russian buildup along Ukraine's borders growing, including field hospitals being set up.
Russia's moved supplies of blood and medical equipment into position on their border. You don't need blood unless you plan on starting a war.
President Biden announced the first set of sanctions against Russia, targeting two large Russian banks with ties to the military and cutting the country off from Western financing.
These have been closely coordinated with our allies and partners and will continue to escalate sanctions if Russia escalates.
President Biden warned that the sanctions against Russia will have an impact on Americans, especially at the gas pump.
As we do this, I'm going to take robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, not ours.
Fuel prices are already on the rise, reaching 7-year highs. Russia accounts for about 12% of the global supply of oil and 17% of natural gas supplies. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
And joining us now from Kyiv is CBS News foreign correspondent Charlie D'Agata. Hi, Charlie. So how will this state of emergency impact Ukrainians?
Well, immediately the government has come out and said we're going to try to not impact day-to-day life, and this shouldn't sow panic among Ukrainians. What it is going to do, it's going to curb movement of people around the city and around the north. That's clear. It's going to stop mass gatherings. This will be in place. The state of emergency will be in place for a limited time, 30 days. Their words, it's not going to have a radical impact on our lives. But it comes at a time where Ukrainians have been urged to leave Russia immediately, a time of increased tensions. It will change things along the border. There will be checkpoints. They'll be checking IDs closer to the Belarusian border. It will not, and this is important, none of that will mean martial law or imposing any areas in Donbass, in the Donbass region. So these contested regions in Luhansk and Donetsk, they have no intention of upping any kind of either police patrols or military guard there in order to avoid any provocation of Russian-backed separatists or what may be Russian forces themselves, this peacekeeping force that may be moving into that territory if they haven't already.
Charlie, we know there are lots of sanctions coming at Russia. The Kremlin says these sanctions won't only hurt them, but the countries imposing them. For Americans and its allies, what could that mean?
Well, sanctions are always a two-way street. If you say that we are no longer going to be trading with you or we're going to hurt you in terms of not allowing any financial transactions to take place or taking away the money of the oligarchs, there are ways that they can punish. We've already seen fuel prices go up. And it's not just because of what's happening here in terms of the instability and the fact that we may be on the verge of a huge military aggression from Russia into Ukraine itself, but it's because of these sanctions, because the way the money markets work and the fact that the Russians have many ways, some obvious, some less obvious, of hurting NATO, hurting the West, cyber attacks, all kinds of ways for them to strike back. So there is no punishment that goes unpunished, certainly when it comes to President Putin and this regime.
And how likely are we to see fighting, Charlie? As you know, Ukraine started to draft reservists today after a decree from President Zelensky. He called Ukraine a peaceful nation, but he said, quote, if we keep silent now, we will be extinct tomorrow. So should we be expecting some fighting as Russian troops continue moving into Ukraine? Will there be a military response by Ukrainian forces?
You know, I think it's just a question. It's no longer a question of if, but when. When President Putin gave formal recognition to those two breakaway republics, said that he has the option to send peacekeeping units in there, when he got permission from his own Duma, his own parliament, to use military force outside of Russia. I mean, you know, he hasn't declared what he wants to do, but he's been dropping plenty of hints. So President Volodymyr Zelensky had no choice when he mobilized the guard here to, you know, raise arms. And the conflict, and I keep having to say this, but the conflict already has been underway since 2014 in that Donbass region. That has been a flashpoint. And we went out to the front lines a couple of days ago, and there was a sustained artillery bombardment. My colleagues who've been reporting there, Holly Williams as well, have been reporting there. You've seen the up-tempo in the fighting that's gone on there. The real concern is whether that is now going to spread. If those Russian forces advance in their head-to-head against Ukrainian forces, the Ukrainian military, they'll be outgunned and outnumbered, but the fighting will take place. And once they reach, if that is the intention of President Putin and the Russian military, to reach that line of contact, well, now they are into this part of Ukraine. What's going to precede that? Is it going to be airstrikes? Are they going to try to take down air defenses? Are there going to be cyber attacks? That is where we're starting to look at people being more concerned now than they were a couple of days ago here in the capital, where there is no sign at all of panic or fear. There's no panic buying. People are going to work. You know, the subways are full. Things are getting real, and they're getting real by the moment, getting real by the hour, because of what's happening in the East and the fear that it could spread, or that it is President Putin's plan, and has been all along, to launch a full-scale invasion.
The world will continue to watch. Charlie D'Agata, thank you there in Kyiv. I'm sure we'll talk to you soon.
All right, folks, I'm working on some things here in the background as well as working on my lunch.
Well, President Biden issued new sanctions against Russia, calling Vladimir Putin's latest actions the beginning of an invasion. Ukrainians are now preparing for the very worst. Charlie D'Agata visited a tank manufacturing plant in Ukraine as the country braces for more potential conflict.
With diplomatic talks up in flames, the threat of wider sanctions alone is the only thing standing in the way of Russia's war machine. Threats that have so far been no answer to stop their dramatic escalation in shelling in the east. I have a bad feeling, says Luhansk resident Tatiana. I feel the burden in my soul. It's very difficult. It's about to get more difficult, with Russian lawmakers giving Vladimir Putin the go-ahead to use military force outside his country. The gloves are off. New satellite photos appear to show the deployment of more than 100 military vehicles and dozens of tents for troops along the border of Belarus. And Russian forces have been seen advancing toward the battlefields of the separatist regions in eastern Ukraine. At least Putin can no longer hide behind Russian-backed rebels, says political analyst Taras Berezovets.
They are now no more Russian proxies, no more Russian-backed separatists. It's only Russia. So Russia is fully responsible for whatever happens now in Donetsk and Luhansk. Completely. No any proxies who Putin can point to and said, it's not me, no Russian troops.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has called on reservists to get ready to fight. Ukraine is a peaceful nation, he said. We want calm, but if we keep silent now, we will be extinct tomorrow. Which makes the work here at the tank factory that much more urgent. They need every tank and armored vehicle battle ready for the front lines, knowing full well this factory itself may be a target in a full-scale invasion.
All right, so we heard this morning that the Ukrainian President, Haley Ott, sorry, I should introduce you. Haley Ott is joining us now from Kyiv. Haley, so we heard this morning that a state of emergency is going to be declared. I'm wondering just about, do Ukrainians believe that further conflict is inevitable, or do they believe at this point that it could be avoided?
Good morning. So as I've been here, I've been speaking to people every day, and what I've been hearing has been relatively consistent. It's that we're going to continue with our lives. We don't want to be controlled by this Russian threat on our borders. Our way of fighting back against that is to just live life as normal and not essentially be pushed around by Russia. But today, I have to say, the people that I've spoken to, there's been a real shift in mood. People are visibly stressed. They are packing go bags. They're making contingency plans. So they're still definitely hopeful that the worst won't happen. But they've now got a plan for if the bullets start flying.
Ukraine has now called on its reservists. Do we know what else the government is doing to prepare for a possible escalation?
Yeah, so calling up the reserve, and we've seen sort of videos of people lining up outside recruitment offices today. Could see another around 250,000 military personnel report for duty, and that then would be on top of the roughly 200,000 that are already serving at the moment. And it's worth noting, though, that that's still nowhere near Russia's roughly 1 million active duty personnel. But what's also happening, which you mentioned earlier, is that Ukraine is going to declare a state of emergency that still technically needs to be voted through by parliament, but it's expected to pass. And what that would mean is that the government has the power to deploy security forces to sort of beef up security in public areas, in areas that it deems to be sensitive. It can carry out further searches. It can ask for documentation. And that would be across all of Ukraine, apart from the areas that have already been at war since 2014. So there's definitely been a shift here. There's definitely been moves taken today that show a real response to this growing crisis.
So the other day, Vladimir Putin gave a public speech. It was televised. He sort of blamed the U.S. and allies for implementing and pushing an anti-Russian agenda, anti-Russia policy, and he asked lawmakers to get up and publicly say whether or not they thought military intervention outside of the country was a good pursuit, whether or not they supported him. And they all did, surprise, surprise. So now I ask you, now that he has sort of the backing of the government, Vladimir Putin does, to continue his military maneuvers, just what is at stake? How serious is this?
Yeah, it's very serious. I mean, one thing that could be happening maybe initially is that Putin now has permission to send troops into quote unquote foreign countries. But Russia has now formally recognized the separatist so-called republics in the east of Ukraine as independent nations. So perhaps what Russia could be about to do or be doing now is sending their troops into those separatist areas. But now Russia also has gotten permission, the Kremlin has permission to send troops potentially further into Ukraine. And there are still a huge number of troops and more amassed along the border of Ukraine and Belarus. So there's real concern about what's coming next. Is it a move into the east or is it a move into the whole of Ukraine? People here are, I think, up until at least today, the people that I've spoken to have been really continuing on as normal. But today it feels like they're definitely hoping for the best. They definitely believe that a diplomatic solution is still possible and would like one to be worked out. But I think they really are now preparing for the worst.
All right, Haley in Kyiv. Thank you very much, Haley. We're going to take you from Kyiv to Munich now, where Christina Ruffini is, where European countries are already feeling the effects of sanctions placed on Russia. So, Christina, thanks for joining us. I'm going to actually start with something that our Margaret Brennan said last night on the CBS Evening News. Let's play a little bit of what she had to say.
What we know is that the war is already underway, and Vladimir Putin may be testing just how far he can go. He is already strangling Ukraine's economy. He is taking bites out of their territory. And so what happens next may determine how far he goes. What he knows is two clear things. No country in the world is going to send troops to defend his country, and that all of these sanctions hurt European economies. And there's also a bite back here at home with the United States. I mean, President Biden's already dealing with inflation at a 40-year high, and now oil is trading at $100 a barrel.
All right, so let's address that point. You know, when we talk about sanctions and possibly even more sanctions coming in the future, there's a problem. There's an issue that European economies are linked and they are caught in the crossfire. Will the sanctions be enough, considering they're also going to have an impact on some European countries as well?
Good morning, guys. You know, you have to balance that bite that European consumers and to some extent American consumers could be feeling from these sanctions. I listened to interviews this morning on local media and the BBC with British lawmakers and German lawmakers, and both were kind of asked, you know, what is the resoluteness of the European population if they start, you know, if prices start going up at the grocery store, if gas prices here start skyrocketing. And they said, look, the people here know that they are too dependent on Russia for energy. And at some point, they're going to have to transition. So at least for now, they think that there will be public support, you know, to hold Russia to account and to have these sanctions. It's good in theory, but, you know, it's all about the economy, stupid. I mean, we have that in the U.S. and that holds all around the world. All these are elected officials. And if people start feeling the impact of that in their daily lives, whereas they're not necessarily going to be feeling the impact of Russia's military incursion in Ukraine, you know, that's not going to impact them here in Germany physically in their everyday lives unless they're seeing it with prices. So it's a balancing act. I think for now there is support of these sanctions, mostly because there isn't a lot of appetite to go start a full-scale ground war with Russia. And to what was being said before, we'll have to see how far Russia goes. You know, these two breakaway independent republics, whatever you want to call it, Russia doesn't hold all of them, right? The Russian forces are only in kind of like the small third of the pocket. So the real question is, does Russia just grab what they hold and stay there, or do they push further into the rest of that pocket? And that's where the conflict is really going to be. It's unclear at this time that Putin has the troops or the resolve to kind of take over the rest of the country. He certainly doesn't want to get anywhere near Poland or any of the other NATO countries, because that sparks a whole other issue. But he might feel like, given the lack of military resistance, at least from the US and Europe, he has free rein to kind of take back control of these places. So if that triggers cascading sanctions, yes, it will punish Russia. Yes, it will punish Russian consumers. Yes, it will punish the oligarchs that it's trying to target and high-ranking officials. But it's also going to be felt by everyday Americans and everyday Europeans trying to go about their lives and fill up their cars.
You know, just at the beginning of this week, we were talking about a possible meeting between Biden and Putin. Now the Secretary of State has canceled the meeting that he had planned with his Russian counterpart. Is diplomacy still a possibility?
Well, you know, that's why I'm still here in Munich, because I was waiting to hop over to Geneva, and then late yesterday, our time, it was Secretary Blinken had a press conference with the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba, and they said it is not the right time to have that meeting. However, both Kuleba and Blinken have said, you know, diplomacy is still an option. But what options are left, right? If they're not willing to meet, if they're not willing to talk, for the Ukrainians, Kuleba said, we are going to try every diplomatic measure to try to deal with this with Russia. And if diplomacy fails, we are going to fight for every square inch of Ukrainian territory. Now, that to me doesn't sound particularly promising. However, you never know. This is a series of events that have been very unpredictable and a lot of back and forths. There's always a chance at diplomacy. However, right now, I think the odds would be on that not happening in the near term.
All right, Christina Ruffini, thank you very much. Okay.
All right, guys, still a lot of stuff going on here in the background. If you did not know, Ukraine is now under an emergency order. The entire country is under a state of emergency to allow increased police powers throughout the country. This is an attempt to deal with these Russian troops who are coming in to the country that they are detecting coming in. We are just hours away from what could be the largest air assault and attack on Ukraine. The Russians have now called for airspace to be closed along the entire Russian-Ukrainian border from the Sea of Azov, which is northeast of Crimea, all the way up along the border, all the way to Belarus. This is telling me that they are planning on a massive bombardment of rockets, artillery, and then their aircraft flying in that area. Intelligence is showing that's what's going on. Let's get up the flight radar here so you guys can have a look-see at that. We have got both Forte 12 and Forte 11 hard at it here. Forte 11 is headed home, but Forte 12 is taking over and flying their pattern here, getting a good look at what is taking place in eastern Ukraine. The Ruskies have said that they want this entire territory, all of this and all of this. This is what they have claimed as theirs. Even though they're only holding this little part here of Ukraine, they've claimed that all of this now, all the way down here to Mariupol, is their property. Or excuse me, not their property. It belongs to some separatists that they sent in there, is what they claim, and they've made a deal with them to provide protection for them. So they're going to be bringing massive Russian equipment in to do that. Well, guess what? They already are. They already have. It's still streaming across the border as we speak. So Forte 12 was keeping a good eye on it. We're going to look for other aircraft up in the area. The best thing to look for, though, is what we keep seeing in all of these cameras here. So we've got folks looking at other cameras other than what we're seeing here and giving us feedback on that. If you want to ask questions to me, you can go to the link at the top of the chat. Sign up to our private news network. Over 640 channels of news, text, talk, and chat. We are taking questions on one of those 460 channels. 480, whatever it is today. It keeps growing by the day. We're doing the Ask Lee Live channel is the one that we're going to be using here. Lots more vehicles and equipment moving. That's interesting. Moving a fighter jet down the street. Wow. Okay. Well, that's what they do. I can't read that. Oh, it says hello world is what it says on the front of the camera. That's pretty interesting. Somebody shared that when somebody stuck a note up in front of the camera there. They put hello world on it there. So lots of stuff going on in the Ask Lee channel here. We're going to keep going through that. Sound you hear in the background is the camera from Maiden Square. They're in Kiev. Let me see what else I can get for you guys here on this.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diane Macedo in New York.
And I'm Phil Lipoff in Lublin, Poland, right near the border with Ukraine.
And we're closely following the looming threat of a major Russian invasion after Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered troops into 2 separatist regions of Ukraine. President Biden has already called Putin's actions the beginning of a Russian invasion into Ukraine. And Phil, you're just a few hours from one of the busiest border crossings between Poland and Ukraine.
Yeah, Diane, about 60 miles to the east of where we are here in Lublin is one of the busiest border crossings in all of Poland on the border with Ukraine. And this area becomes very important should Vladimir Putin decide to make a full-scale invasion into Ukraine. That would push tens of thousands of Ukrainians toward the border here in Poland. It would cause a refugee crisis, which is why we have thousands of U.S. troops here on the ground in Poland. More on that in a minute. But first, there were some major and concerning developments, Diane, overnight and into today here in the region. First, a dire warning from Ukraine's military. We just learned that key members of parliament have been briefed that the military expects the situation in the eastern part of the country to deteriorate dramatically over the next 2 days. That's from the military. According to sources, 4 sources familiar with the briefing, the fear is Russia may launch a major attack on 2 cities beyond eastern Ukraine. One, the second largest city in Ukraine, which is about 20 miles from the Russian border, and then a city in the south near Crimea, which Vladimir Putin already annexed back in 2014. This is all after the state of emergency was declared by President Zelensky, and the military has been ordered to call up reservists 18 to 60 years of age, many with combat training. President Zelensky says not to fight right now, but that the country is on a heightened sense of alert because, Diane, they just simply don't know what Russia's going to do next.
And we are covering every angle of this crisis. So, Phil, stay with me. I also want to bring in foreign correspondent James Longman in Moscow, White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks in D.C., and ABC News contributor Darrell Blocker, the former CIA deputy director of counterterrorism, for more on this. And Darrell, I'd like to start with you. Ukraine's government says a new cyber attack has hit several of its government ministries, knocking their websites offline. What does that tell you? And is this going to be another kind of warfare that's happening in the background of what we're seeing militarily?
Absolutely. It's probably one of the new modern warfare where no lives have to be lost, where they can take down entire networks, where they can sow dissension, confusion.
Okay, we're just now hearing, I can't confirm this because I'm not in the FSB, but it is reported in Russia. This is urgent, breaking, just got this, The number one alarm has been declared in the Russian army. That's like saying going to DEFCON 1 in the United States. So alarm number one has been declared in the Russian army. All employees of the FSB and the Russian Federation have been called to work. This was as just 1 hour ago. So number one alarm has been declared. Ukraine is now in a state of emergency. There have been 2 RQ-4 drones flying over Ukraine. Guys, if you want more news than I can tell you, go to the link at the top of the chat. Sign up there. We got 460 channels of news, more than I can tell you here. So sign up there. You can also join us in the chat there on the Ask Lee Live once you get your app loaded onto your phone, tablet, or home computer. With that, let's get back to this brief. But again, more breaking news. So now, just to top it off here, Ukraine has declared a state of emergency. Russia has closed the airspace between Russia and Ukraine along the border from the Sea of Azov all the way up to the border with Belarus. Huge area, folks. And now the Russian military has been called to number one alarm, as well as has recalled all FSB and other government employees for Ukraine, or excuse me, for Russia, calling them in at midnight to get them in there, folks. So it is going down. We are just literally, I believe, hours away from a massive, massive assault against the country of Ukraine, to the likes of which people have not seen in living memory. This is going to be unbelievable, the carnage that Putin is going to inflict upon these people for no reason whatsoever. So, and I guess also car dealerships in the cities have been loading all of their cars onto transport trucks and hauling them out to the western part of the country to keep them away from these possible or imminent attacks that are be coming in. We claim that and state that they are imminent. All of the T's have been crossed. All the I's have been dotted. All the sentences have periods. They even have correct verbiage. It's all here, folks. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen, and we believe that that is just hours away right now. So we're going to keep watching it. Hope you stay here with us. Getting crazier by the minute. So thanks for being here. We're going to keep bringing it to you one way or the other. You're going to see the truth. Real news, real time, no BS. Hit that thumbs up. Share it out. We've got the news nobody else does. So with that, let's get back to this brief here from the folks at ABC.
Fusion. So that is along with the disinformation program that's already been launched as long as 8 years ago when they annexed the Crimea.
Mary Alice, how is the U.S. likely to respond if Russia does go ahead and attack areas outside of these separatist regions?
Yeah, Diane, that would be that kind of major escalation that the White House has been warning about.
You might not be able to get French cheese anymore, but obviously an economy can't run on cheese. But this is just part of the way that Russia deals with these things. It likes to insult the West rather than, give any kind of real answer. I should say that, Maria Zakharova, the spokesperson here in the Foreign Ministry, who likes to give pretty insulting public commentary, she's been speaking today, and she's been basically saying that sanctions would have happened anyway. It doesn't matter what Russia does. And it's just part of the narrative that this is just par for the course with dealing with the West, that Russia will be the eternal enemy of the West, and there's nothing that it can do other than defend itself. So it's been basically readying its people for the possibility that life will just start to get more and more expensive. I mean, it's debatable whether or not sanctions ever work anyway. I mean, a lot of these sanctions will hit individuals with a lot of money. So yes, travel bans will obviously impact them, but when it comes to their money, I mean, mean, you know, it's quite actually difficult with very rich people. When you're thinking about billionaires, they can hide their money pretty easily and get around these things. So, and a lot of the time, countries often don't implement them as hardly as they say they're going to do. And Russia kind of knows that. But over and above it, you know, Russia just enjoys the debate around these things because it just solidifies the image they can portray to their own people here in the country that the West is out to get them.
And Phil, you mentioned a potential refugee crisis. What kind of plans is Poland putting into place in the event this does escalate?
Well, Diane, there are plans. They're not being released publicly, but this is what we do know. The U.S. has sent nearly 5,000 troops here to Poland, 82nd Airborne Division, and they have been working very closely with the Polish authorities and the military and the police along the border. As I said, Lublin, where I am, is about 60 miles from one of the busiest border crossings for Ukraine into Poland. And if the scenario that Mary Alice was laying out actually comes to fruition, it would push tens of thousands of Ukrainians this way toward Poland, and then these border crossings, 8 of them up and down the border, would become very important. What happens to the Ukrainians who are trying to come into Poland? Are they all of them allowed in? If they are, where do they go? Those plans have not been released, but our military, at least 5,000 members of them, have been working on what to do if that scenario happens. And with the increased tensions and the sanctions that James is talking about, it's looking more and more like that may be possible by the day. Diane?
Now, those U.S. troops that have been deployed to neighboring countries, do we know yet what their role will be? Phil?
Well, we know what their role won't be, for sure. President Biden has said these troops are not going to fight in any way, shape, or form. He's even said they're not going in to Ukraine to rescue U.S. citizens, that they will need to come here, and there is a plan for U.S. citizens once they get to Poland. But we do know they are here to assist in what could be a major refugee crisis.
And Daryl, Russian-controlled separatists are claiming 2 large terrorist attacks, in their words, took place in the territory last night. So how do intelligence agencies know what's a false flag and what isn't? And how do they counter misinformation and disinformation right now?
Unfortunately, time is the major factor, because verification of these events is fairly easy over a 24, 72-hour period. But when people have to make decisions and react on, is it something that's going to happen right now, mistakes can be made. Terrorist attack, who initiated it, who was injured, who was behind it, all of that is taken into account. So if Putin is using that as a reason for going in, there's nothing that we can do to stop him from doing that if he's launching tanks. But and then of course after the fact, no one's going to care that it was fake.
And James, Russia is facing more sanctions by the day from other European countries. We know Vladimir Putin said that they've been kind of sanction-proofing their economy, as you mentioned. But I mean, if enough of these pile on, could this change Putin's course?
It doesn't feel like it. Yeah, we've had the European Union now say that they are now sanctioning every single member of the Duma, the Russian parliament, that voted to recognize the independence of these 2 separatist regions of eastern Ukraine. A number of members of the inner circle, Maria Zakharova, who I just spoke to you about, she's on the sanctions list. A number of very, very rich members of Vladimir Putin's inner circle. It does feel, though, that it's a trajectory which is difficult for him to come back from. And I should tell you, though, Diane, that the sense here in Moscow, it's very difficult to read, because one minute people think, oh, there's no way he's going to invade our neighbor Ukraine, and the next there's a moment which makes people really think, actually, he means business. And, you know, there's been a few of these moments over the last few days. The vote in the parliament to allow Russia to go to a foreign country, the Russian army to invade a foreign country, that was a big, big moment. That was the same law that was passed in 2014 where the army annexed Crimea. So there have been these moments that have terrified people, and I don't think sanctions at this point are going to make much difference, but who knows, Dan?
And Mary Alice, the European Union and NATO have both said that Russia moved forces into Ukraine. Now, President Biden stopped short of saying that exactly. Why are we seeing so much focus on the language used to describe what's happening right now?
Yeah, Dan, because they're trying to decide what should trigger new sanctions, and they want to make sure partners and allies are making those decisions together. White House sources have been telling us for weeks that they think sanctions only have a chance at changing Putin's calculus if they are done together in a really coordinated fashion. You know, I really agree with James that it's hard to imagine sanctions at this point changing Putin's calculus, but it was interesting that Ukraine's foreign minister today went again to the UN, and he said he does still think there's a chance. If sanctions are tough enough, if the political messaging is tough enough, he still thinks that the pressure from the international community can sway the Kremlin. But of course, if we actually start to see that worst case scenario, really an attack on major Ukrainian cities outside that eastern region, the whole world is going to be asking what else the West should have done besides just sanctions.
All right, James Longman, Mary Alice Parks, Darrow Blocker, and Phil Lipoff, thank you all. Coming up, opening statements have begun in the trial of the only police officer charged in relation to the police raid that ended with Breonna Taylor's death. More on what to expect in court today after the break.
The 58th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members of the following mitigation measures that are in place for this meeting. All delegates are required to wear a mask or a face covering at all times whilst in public space and in the General Assembly Hall, except when directly addressing the meeting. And the size of the delegation for member states, observer states, and the European Union should not exceed 4 persons, and for other observers, 1 person in the hall. Due to the temporary closure of the east side emergency doors, in the event of a fire or an emergency which requires an evacuation, please use the should not exceed 4 persons, and for other observers, 1 person in the hall. Due to the temporary closure of the east side emergency doors, in the event of a fire or an emergency which requires an evacuation, please use the west side emergency doors and the stairway next to the elevator banks. Those in the 3rd and 4th balconies, please use the stairway next to the elevator banks. The General Assembly will consider item 67 entitled "The Situation in the Temporarily Occupied Territories of Ukraine." Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war are amongst the first very words of the UN Charter in its preamble. And those words were the main motivation for creating the United Nations, whose founders had lived through the devastation of 2 world wars by 1945. The United Nations hold as its mandate Article 1 of the Charter of the United Nations, that disputes or situations in which peace may be broken shall be settled by peaceful means and in conformity with justice and the principles of international law. It is therefore one of the purposes of the United Nations to maintain peace and security in accordance with the rule of law. In the last 76 years of the existence of the United Nations, it has taught us, if it has taught us anything, then it is that the lasting peace is not achieved nor sustained by military engagements, but through political solutions. And the most effective way to diminish human suffering and the massive economic costs of conflicts and their aftermath is to prevent conflicts in the first place. My dear colleagues, let's deploy the tools that we have to resolve disputes. Let's give priority to diplomacy, good officers, and mediation. Let's give peace all the chance it deserves. Full commitment to the United Nations Charter, its purposes and its principles is the only path to ensure lasting peace. I call on all parties to intensify their negotiations and de-escalate the current trajectory through dialogue. I would like to conclude my statement by quoting former Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld, who 68 years ago said that the United Nations was not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. I thank you. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We meet in the face of the most serious global peace and security crisis in recent years, and certainly in my time as Secretary General. Our world is facing a moment of peril. I truly hoped it would not come. The latest developments regarding Ukraine are a cause of grave concern, and they include reports of increased ceasefire violations across the contact line and the real risk of further escalation on the ground. My thoughts are with all those who have already suffered so much death, destruction, and displacement. The history of this conflict is complex, and at least two permanently opposing narratives. I know that their authors will never agree on what happened in the past. But in the present situation, one thing is clear. The decision of the Russian Federation to recognize the so-called independence of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions and the follow-up are violations of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. And here in this hallowed hall, I must emphasize that this action is also inconsistent with the landmark resolution adopted by the General Assembly more than half a century ago. I refer to the Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. The so-called Friendly Relations Declaration was adopted during the General Assembly session marking the 25th anniversary of the United Nations. And the Friendly Relations Declaration, which has been cited repeatedly by the International Court of Justice as representing international law, sets out several vital principles that are highly relevant to today's session. In particular, I would note the principle of sovereign equality of states and the affirmation that the territorial integrity and political independence of the state are inviolable. Other resolutions of the General Assembly are also fully behind the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, the Minsk agreements approved by the Security Council and that I strongly supported from the beginning were surviving in an intensive care unit thanks to a number of life support devices. But now those devices have been disconnected. We must also be concerned about preserving the integrity of peacekeeping. The United Nations has a long and recognized experience deploying peacekeeping operations which only take place with the consent of the host country. Mr. President, it's time for restraint, reason, and de-escalation.
there is no place for actions and statements that would take this dangerous situation over the abyss. It's time to establish a ceasefire and return to the path of dialogue and negotiations to save the people in Ukraine and beyond from the scourge of war. I urge all parties to make full use of Article 33 of the Charter and its diverse instruments of pacific settlement of disputes. Mr. President, the United Nations system is continuing to support the people in Ukraine through our human rights and humanitarian work. Our human rights monitoring mission has 7 offices throughout the country on both sides of the contact line, documenting civilian casualties, monitoring freedom of movement, and reporting on allegations of human rights violations. Our humanitarian operations are independent of whoever might control the territory where people are living. Even before this latest escalation, 2 million people in Ukraine needed humanitarian assistance. And since the start of 2022 alone, we and our partners have delivered 140 metric tons of life-saving aid across the contact line. Here again, our actions are based entirely on humanitarian principles endorsed by the General Assembly. United Nations humanitarian assistance is guided by 4 humanitarian principles: humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. And these priorities are central to establishing and maintaining access to affected people, including those in the context of an armed conflict. The General Assembly has repeatedly underscored the importance of promoting and respecting these principles within the framework of humanitarian assistance. Our humanitarian agencies are committing to staying and delivering to support the people in Ukraine and are ready to readjust and reprioritize their operations as necessary. As we sadly know all too well, in conflict, civilians, including women and children, always suffer first and suffer most. If the conflict in Ukraine expands, the world could see a scale and severity of need unseen for many years. I urge all sides to allow safe and unimpeded access by humanitarian agencies, including in non-government controlled areas of eastern Ukraine. All parties must uphold their obligations and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, I'm fully committed to support all efforts to resolve this crisis without further bloodshed. My good offices remain available. We cannot and will not relent in the search for a peaceful solution. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement. I now give the floor to the distinguished Foreign Minister, His Excellency Dmytro Kuleba, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
President, Secretary General, I'm grateful for your leadership in this main policy-making and representative organ of the United Nations. Mr. President, you have chosen the word hope as a motto for your presidency. The same feeling currently dominates the mindsets of Ukrainians and people around the globe. Hope for peace, hope for common sense to prevail, hope for diplomacy to ease tensions. However, today we need much more than hope. We need swift, concrete, and resolute actions. A new type of actions by the United Nations and international community which is relevant to the level of the threat we all, not just Ukraine, face today because of Russia's aggressive course. The people of Ukraine need these actions by Ukraine's strategic partners and international community. We are at a critical juncture in world history, and our actions today define it for decades to come. We all read history books. We all watched movies about the mistake politicians made in the run-up to 1914 and 1939, about the feats
of our grandparents and the catastrophic price at which a revanchist evil in Europe was defeated. There is no more important task today than to not repeat the mistakes of the past. I do believe in the power of the free world. And
4 farm tractors just went by the screen on the lower right. Looks like they're going out of town there. And yes, I am in agreement, or I guess they are in agreement with me. Tonight is the night that Russia will move forward. This is what I've been saying for months. This is what I've been called everything but a white man for. And if you want to get more news that we're not putting out on this platform because we can't, go to the link at the top of the chat, sign up there, VIP or above, get our private news network, get into our video conferences that we have, get all of the other news that we can't put here right now.
Our joint ability to avert a new devastating catastrophe in Europe that no nation will be able to sit out. This is why today I address you on behalf of over 40 million, a state that has endured years of assault by one of these powers, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. 2 days ago, on February 21st, the Russian president recognized so-called independence of the temporarily occupied parts of the Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine and ordered the deployment of the Russian armed forces in these areas. This is an on-front attack on the United Nations and core principles of international law, an ultimate blow to years of peace process and Russia's unilateral withdrawal from the Minsk agreements. What is happening right now in eastern Ukraine, where Russian tanks are rolling in, and along the Ukrainian borders, where Russian forces are amassed in enormous quantities, must be a concern for everyone, for all of you. I warn every nation in this distinguished chamber, no one will be able to sit out this crisis if President Putin decides that he can move forward with his aggression against Ukraine. Your governments and your people will face painful consequences together with our government and our people. This is why we need to use this last chance for action and stop Russia where it is. It is clear that President Putin will not stop by himself. Distinguished representatives, the beginning of a large-scale war in Ukraine will be the end of the world order as we know it. If Russia does not get a severe, swift, and decisive response now, this will mean a total bankruptcy of the international security system and international institutions which are tasked with maintaining the global security order. This is a grim scenario which will throw us back to the darkest times of the 20th century. Russia will not stop at Ukraine. If a permanent member of the UN Security Council succeeds in breaking literally all rules, other actors will be inspired by him and follow his pattern. What he tries to do now is to prove that the United Nations are weak, indecisive, and unable to defend their core principles, that rules do not apply to him, to Russia, to Putin. What role for the United Nations does Russia see? A new League of Nations. We must deny Russia what it wants. I graduated from the university with a degree in international law and strong belief in multilateralism. Many years after practicing diplomacy, I still do believe in both rules containing aggression and the power of our collective and firm action. If the United Nations make a pivot right now to become a strong and proactive player which is not afraid of resolute actions and using all of its might and powers, I am confident that Russia will stop. In this context, I welcome yesterday's statement by the United Nations Secretary General, which is truly different in tone. We need decisive actions of the same kind to follow these right words. Russia shows signs of readiness to further escalate its aggression against Ukraine, and we have limited time to stop, deter, and contain it. Every hour of inaction now is a threat to the lives of Ukrainians. Not only military, but also civilians, including women and children. This is an escalating threat to our collective global security and to our freedom. Ukraine expects decisive, immediate, and proportional actions by the international community. The United Nations is the organization that has to demonstrate leadership, not just condemnations. Concrete actions to stop the Russian machine of war without stepping into a bloody conflict with many thousands of casualties, devastation, and suffering. I do not want this. Ukraine doesn't want this. The world doesn't want this. We need your help right now to stop Russia from proceeding with its aggressive plans. Ukraine believes in diplomacy. We see no alternative to peaceful solutions by political and diplomatic means. There is still an opportunity for diplomacy to say its word, even as Russia continues its escalation and provocations. For months, Russia pretended to pursue diplomacy while bringing more and more troops to our borders and in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Now this number stands at least at 150,000. Under the OSCE Vienna document on confidence and security building measures, such actions fall under the qualification of unusual military activities that would require explanation. However, Russia has persistently refused to provide it. Instead, it proceeded with threats. Russia has literally stuffed the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov with at least 46 military vessels. It routinely closes large parts of the seas under the pretext of holding naval exercises. In practice, it amounts almost to a blockade of Ukrainian seaports. This is already an attack on the global freedom of navigation, one of the sacred principles of international law. Russia's propaganda machine is in full swing. It desperately tries to create a pretext for further aggression against Ukraine. We resolutely reject all Russian insinuations about any alleged Ukrainian offensive military operations in Donbas. We do not hold or plan any such actions. We remain committed to political and diplomatic settlement, and together with our partners, we maximize efforts to reduce tensions and keep the situation in line with diplomatic dialogue. For now, we see that Russian occupation forces have already significantly increased shelling of Ukrainian territory and civilian infrastructure. Artillery fire at the contact line in the Donbas from the occupied territory hit a kindergarten in a town called Stanitsa Luhanska and a school in Vrubivka, among the latest terrible examples. Recognition of the so-called republics has no legal implications. It merely confirms Russia's own involvement as a party to the armed conflict in Donbas, which Russia vehemently denied all these years. The situation in the occupied Donbas has already been terrible for years, with residents living in the atmosphere of fear, lawlessness, and insecurity. The infamous secret prison called Izolyatsiya in the occupied Donetsk remains inaccessible for human rights and humanitarian missions. It continues to function as a literal concentration camp in Europe in the 21st century. Hundreds of people have passed through this camp and were subjected to heavy forced labor, humiliation, tortures. Cases of extrajudicial killings have been reported too. Russia continues to block the release of the illegally detained persons. In September 2029, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, handed over to the Secretary General the list of more than 100 Ukrainians from Donbas and Crimea who had been unlawfully detained, sentenced, or even transferred from the occupied territories to the Russian Federation. We reiterate our call on the Secretary General to provide good offices and facilitate their immediate release. And I appreciate the readiness of the Secretary General to do so. Mr. President, today, Ukraine defends not only global security, but also freedom, democracy, and fundamental principles of international law. Peaceful life and the future of millions of people in Europe and around the globe rely on the rules that Russia tries to destroy. Diplomacy and international fora must prevail and stop the Russian aggression. Since 2014, the General Assembly has already adopted 11 resolutions reaffirming its commitment to Ukraine's territorial integrity and condemning the temporary occupation of Ukraine's territories by Russia. The General Assembly has not and will not accept the Russian mantra that the case of Crimea is closed, end of quote. The occupying power persists in destroying the identity of Ukrainians and the indigenous people of the peninsula, the Crimean Tatars. Since 2014, more than 64,000 Ukrainian citizens have had to leave Crimea and moved to mainland Ukraine due to fear, persecution for political and human rights activism, discrimination on ethnic and religious grounds. Political persecutions continue unabated. Among many others, Mr. Nariman Jelalov, deputy head of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, participant of the International Crimea Platform Summit, remains behind bars. He is one of more than 100 political prisoners of the Kremlin. On February 16, a court in Simferopol sentenced journalist Vladislav Yesipenko on trumped-up charges to 6 years in prison. He is one of 14 Ukrainian journalists kept by Russians in prison. Russia may continue to pretend it doesn't violate any international norms and principles. Yet, reports by the UN Security Secretary General, Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, OSCE, their missions, as well as the report of the International Criminal Court prosecutor, all testify to the contrary. If Russia doesn't agree with all the mentioned resolutions and reports, it should simply provide access to Crimea, to the United Nations Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine and the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission. The access of international organizations to the occupied territories is critical. Ukraine guarantees such access throughout the government-controlled territory and continues to demand from the Russian side to do the same in the occupied territories. Esteemed members of the General Assembly, the whole world witnesses today that Russia turns to threatening and blackmailing the global community to close the Crimea case. End of quote. It is, in fact, one of the points in the long list of its recent so-called security demands. Ukraine continues efforts to achieve the occupation of Crimea by peaceful means. The Crimea platform is a tool designed exactly for that end. We are truly thankful to all the countries supporting the International Crimea platform. Your active involvement in the platform is a sound foundation for our future success. We are open to new members, and I call on you to join the Crimea platform. Be it states or international organizations, you are welcome. We expect the United Nations will find proper modalities to engage with this initiative established on the principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, dear colleagues, Ukraine made a historic contribution to global security. In 1994, we denuclearized, giving up the world's third largest nuclear arsenal. We have no plans to regain nuclear weapons. Today, we expect the world reciprocally to ensure our security with relevant scale and resoluteness of actions in the face of a historic level of threat. This is the reason why Ukraine requested urgent consultations under Article 6 of the Budapest Memorandum. The world owes Ukraine its security. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky initiated a new format of negotiations to settle the security crisis created by Russia. 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, plus Ukraine, Germany, and Turkey. This is the format that we are trying to convene. I reaffirm that Ukraine proposed some years ago to deploy a UN peacekeeping mission to Ukraine. Until now, United Nations Security Council has failed to take necessary decisions. Ukraine proposes to combine stark sanctions policy and strengthening of Ukraine together with keeping diplomatic channels open to persuade Russia to de-escalate and prioritize diplomacy. We urge member states to use all available means to protect Ukraine and deter Russia. Whatever action you can take is appreciated. We are grateful for the actions already taken by many of you. We expect the international community to do its best to put out the fire in the center of Europe, which is about to flare up. The Russian security crisis must end with Russia returning to the path of diplomacy. We call on all states and international organizations not to recognize any alteration of the status of the certain areas of the Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine, and to refrain from any action of dealing that might be interpreted as recognizing any such altered status. The absence of proper reaction or a neutral stance will only contribute to further escalation and sufferings. And, I regret to say it, it will not be limited to Ukraine's border and territory. On the contrary, active diplomacy, strong political messaging, tough economic sanctions, and strengthening Ukraine can still force Moscow to abandon aggressive plans. Swift and resolute actions by the United Nations can reclaim the organization's leading role at this historic and dark moment. Russia must withdraw its forces from the sovereign territory of Ukraine. Russia must stop destabilizing the international security situation. We Ukrainians want peace, and we want to resolve all issues through diplomacy. We stand ready for all possible scenarios and ready to protect our land and our people if Russia further attacks. Ukraine will not hesitate to exercise its inherent right of self-defense as outlined in Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations in response to the armed attacks of the Russian Federation. These days, we have probably the last window of opportunity to do what Russia does not expect the United Nations and its member states to do. Demonstrate unprecedented ability and readiness to act in order to stop aggression. No matter what relations you develop among each other, it is your ultimate duty to defend the Charter of the United Nations. I thank you.
All right, so just to give you guys a heads up here in real time what's going on, Ukraine has declared a state. They've declared that state of emergency. The Russians have now closed off the border, closed off the airspace along the Ukraine-Russian border between the Sea of Azov and the border at Belarus. That is now closed off airspace, again, from the Sea of Azov up to Belarus. Russia, about an hour ago, closed off all that airspace. Additionally, at midnight, the Russians called in all of their troops, put everyone on number 1 alarm, which is the same as DEFCON 1 in the United States. They have called back all FSB and all other government employees to be to work at midnight. We are now 2 minutes or 1 minute 45 seconds from 4 a.m. in Russia. That'll be 3 a.m. in Ukraine. So the stage is set. It's the calm before the storm. Trucks moving. Upper right-hand corner. It's getting crazy how much traffic goes down this little old country bumpkin road. So we're going to continue on with this, keeping an eye on everything. Now just 1 minute from the top of the hour.
Thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Lord Ahmed, Minister for South Asia, North Africa, the United Nations, and the Commonwealth at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, the United Kingdom is unwavering in its support for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. We stand with the people of Ukraine. We stand with their right to determine their own future. President Putin's decision to recognize the so-called Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic as independent states proves beyond doubt that Russia has chosen the path of confrontation over the path of diplomacy and dialogue. Mr. Putin has ordered his troops into Ukrainian territory. This amounts to a further invasion of Ukraine. Mr. President, at every step, Russia has rebuffed offers of diplomacy and indeed discarded its international commitments. Commitments it has itself agreed and signed up to. Rather, it has pursued a campaign to withdraw Ukraine's internationally recognized borders by force. It is vital that we, the United Nations, the international community, must respond. We must understand the grave nature of where we are today. And together we must call on Russia to uphold the very founding principles of this, the United Nations, established precisely, as you said yourself, Mr. President, to end the scourge of war. Peace must prevail. We must highlight the human cost and respond to the humanitarian consequences of any further Russian military action. We know this will take a terrible toll on Ukrainians, but also It will take a toll on Russians alike, both victims of an unnecessary war of the Kremlin's choosing. And it's therefore essential that we must meet Russia's aggressive acts with solidarity, with strength, including through coordinated sanctions, to impose a severe cost on Russian interests and their economy. Yesterday, the United Kingdom announced new sanctions targeting billions of Russian assets. This is the largest sanctions package against Russia in British history, and it is part of our coordinated sanctions effort alongside our allies. But, Mr. President, we are clear that acting together with our allies, this is just the start. If Russia continues its campaign of aggression, we have a further package of sanctions ready to go. We urge the wider international community to join us in this effort. The Kremlin must understand the strength of the world's condemnation of President Putin's war of choice. Mr. President, let us pause for a moment. Let us reflect. This very week marks 8 years since Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. It also marks 8 years since Russia's forcibly seized 10,000 square miles of sovereign Ukrainian territory, in flagrant violation of international law and Russia's own international commitments. And it's also 8 years since we, the General Assembly of the United Nations, record through Resolution 68262 the obligations of all states under Article 2 of the UN Charter to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state of the United Nations. Yet, 8 years on, tragically, here we are again, confronted by Russian aggression against the sovereignty of Ukraine. And as Secretary General Antonio Guterres has made clear, Russia's unilateral measures conflict directly with the very principles of the United Nations Charter. Their actions are a fundamental challenge to global peace and security, and a challenge to the international order on which we all rely. And equally important, it is for all of us to protect. We must condemn unequivocally this aggression together and stop President Putin's expansionist ambitions. Mr. President, we must hold Russia true to its commitments under the UN Charter and say to Russia very clearly, pull back, choose peace, not war, whilst also sending a very clear message to the people of Ukraine that in your hour of need, we, the international community, we, the United Nations, stand with you. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for South Asia and North Africa, the United Nations, and the Commonwealth at the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to His Excellency Tobias Lindner, Minister of State for the Federal Foreign Office of Germany.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we meet today in a time of challenge. A couple of days ago, the President of a member state of this organization put into question the statehood of another distinguished member of this organization. He said, and I quote, "Ukraine actually never had stable traditions of statehood," unquote. We must take this sentence very seriously. Some important questions arise. What does it mean for this organization if one state construes the existence of another state as a regrettable accident of history, thereby questioning its right to exist? What does it mean for a common objective of promoting peace and development if more countries try to roll back history in a similar way? What does it mean for the multilateral rules-based order
if states think they can, due to their own view of history, domineer over other states and put them under tutelage. We still do not have answers to all of these questions. What is clear already now, Russia's decision to recognize the self-proclaimed so-called People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk could be a deadly blow for the international rules-based order, for the way this organization has functioned over the last decades. Russia is violating the core principles of the UN Charter. We need to close ranks and strongly reject such action. If not, then what has hit Ukraine today could happen to other UN member states tomorrow. Everybody in this assembly should be aware of this. It is therefore with utmost gratitude that we took note of the Secretary General's words. He said, "The principles of the UN Charter are not a menu a la carte. They cannot be applied selectively. Member states have accepted them all, and they must apply them all." Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing to add to these crystal clear words. Russia's irresponsible and provocative action comes at a time of a massive military buildup alongside Ukraine's borders. We have seen a concerning flare-up of ceasefire violations along the line of contact. We have witnessed a disturbing flow of disinformation and false flag operations meant to create pretexts for military incursion. This time of increased tensions, where people's lives are at risk, would have been the time to go for de-escalation, to heed the Security Council repeated calls for diplomatic efforts. Instead, Russia chose to again attack Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity 8 years after Russia had illegally seized and annexed Crimea. The General Assembly condemned this UN Charter violation, and it should do so again. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I commend Ukraine's continued restraint in the face of this aggression. President Zelensky's commitment to finding a peaceful diplomatic way out. Since 2014, France and Germany have done their utmost to work towards a political solution of the conflict in eastern Ukraine on the basis of the Minsk agreements. Russia's signature is under these agreements. Over the last weeks, Chancellor Scholz and my Foreign Minister Baerbock have left no stone unturned to engage with Russia diplomatically in close coordination with our French partners. We are willing to chart a way forward, strengthening trust, stability, and security in Europe. We have the framework established to do this in the NATO-Russia Council, in the OSCE, and in the Normandy format. The ceasefire in the Donbass must be observed immediately. We condemn the use of heavy weaponry and this indiscriminate shelling of civilian infrastructure, which constitutes a clear violation of the Minsk agreements. This must stop. We commend the OSCE Special Representative for trying to convene an extraordinary session of the Trilateral Contact Group. France, Ukraine, and my country stand ready for another meeting in the Normandy format or for the summit that Ukraine has proposed. The OSCE Special Monitoring Mission is vital for monitoring the situation in eastern Ukraine. This is why Germany's seconded staff remains on the ground. The SMM must be allowed to carry out its mandate in full. We want to resolve this crisis by diplomacy. To this end, Russia must immediately change its course of action. First,
there was that heart there in the upper left-hand corner. Did you guys see that?
To withdraw its troops from Ukraine, in particular from the self-proclaimed entities and the Crimean Peninsula, as well as from Ukraine's borders. Second, Russia must refrain from any action which would further fuel the risk of a full-fledged military conflict with Ukraine. Third, I urge Russia to immediately repeal its decision to recognize the separatist entities. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, do we respect the territorial integrity and sovereign equality of UN member states? Do we stand by the UN Charter? I call on all member states to reaffirm our commitment to these principles over Ukraine and beyond. With our allies and partners, Germany will spare no effort to find a diplomatic way forward. We will be steadfast in our support for Ukraine and our support for the UN Charter. It is a common duty to remain committed to a rules-based order, to trustful cooperation, to bringing forward a common goal of lasting peace and stability. We invite every member of this organization to join these efforts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the moment to speak up and defend the international order of the UN Charter against unilateral aggression jointly and decisively. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of State of the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your presence and for your briefing this morning, and for, with the legal, moral, and political authority of your office, clarifying the implications of what we are now seeing on the European continent and how it relates to the UN Charter. Mr. President, I will speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland and Norway, Georgia and Monaco align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, the European Union recalls its unwavering support to the sovereignty, territorial integrity and independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We strongly condemn the decision by the President Putin to recognize the non-government controlled areas of Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts of Ukraine as independent entities and the ensuing decision to send Russian troops into these areas. If there was any uncertainty, the Secretary General has made clear that the decision of the Russian Federation is a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of this United Nations. They undermine Ukraine's sovereignty and independence and are a severe breach of international law and international agreements, including the UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act, Paris Charter, and the Budapest Memorandum. With this decision, Russia is clearly violating the Minsk agreements. The European Union strongly condemns Russia's continued aggression against Ukraine, including through the unprecedented military buildup near the border with Ukraine and in the Black Sea, and through the deployment of combat forces in and the joint drills with Belarus, and calls on Russia to de-escalate, to abide by international law, and to engage constructively in dialogue through the established international mechanisms. The EU is responding to these latest violations with additional restrictive measures, including on all economic relations with the non-governmental controlled areas, as well as designations against individuals and entities responsible for undermining the territorial integrity of Ukraine, in coordination with our partners. Russia's past and present actions against Ukraine are not a matter just for Ukraine or for Europe. They have severe global implications. Violations of fundamental principles of international law and the UN Charter directed towards another state is of serious global concern. These rules apply to all, and permanent members of the Security Council have particular responsibility in upholding the Charter. The EU fully subscribes to, and for its part reaffirms, our full commitment to the core principles of European security, enshrined in the UN Charter and the commitments Russia itself has subscribed to. This includes notably the sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of frontiers, refraining from the threat or use of force, and the freedom of states to choose or change their own security arrangements. These principles are neither negotiable nor subject to revision or reinterpretation. Their violation by Russia is an obstacle to a common security space in Europe and threatens the peace and stability in Europe and worldwide. What is happening in Ukraine affects the security of each and every UN member state. We therefore call on Russia to respect the principles of the Charter, to de-escalate and to engage in the kind of meaningful diplomacy that we have offered and that the Secretary General has reiterated and supported. Mr. President, we call on Russia to constructively engage in the Normandy format and the Trilateral Contact Group to achieve the full implementation of the Minsk agreements endorsed by the Security Council Resolution 2202. Russia needs urgently to de-escalate tensions caused by the military buildup along its border with Ukraine and on Crimea and cease the provocation and aggressive rhetoric. Russia must change course and constructively contribute to negotiations in the Normandy format and the Trilateral Contact Group in line with what was agreed in recent N4 meeting in Paris and Berlin. We welcome the OSCE Special Representative's attempts to convene extraordinary sessions of the Trilateral Contact Group to diffuse tensions, and we expect Russia to accept the invitation to such a meeting in the future. We also call on Russia to immediately stop fueling the conflict and remove Russian troops and hardware illegally deployed in areas currently not under the control of the government of Ukraine. The EU strongly condemns the recent increase of ceasefire violations, as well as orders for mobilization issued by the de facto authorities in areas currently not under control of the government of Ukraine. We condemn the use of heavy weaponry and recall that the shelling of civilian infrastructures represents a clear violation of the ceasefire, the Minsk agreements, and international humanitarian law. The EU commends Ukraine's posture and restraint in the face of continued provocations and efforts at destabilization, as we've just heard from this rostrum this morning by the Foreign Minister. The EU underlines the role of the OSCE as the appropriate forum to address security concerns of all interested parties, including Russia. EU member states are ready to engage in strengthening the existing mechanisms to ensure military transparency and predictability, and to support efforts regarding arms control, in particular within the OSCE framework. In this regard, we urge Russia to abide by its commitments under the Vienna document and notably to provide full transparency on its military activities in the region, to host visits to the areas which are the cause of concern, to take significant and verifiable steps to de-escalate the situation and to provide information on the reported redeployment of Russian units from the locations of military exercises. We also express our support for the valuable engagement of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission, the SMM, and its impartial monitoring. We're therefore deeply concerned by Russia's continued actions to obstruct the presence of the SMM in the non-government controlled areas of Ukraine. The SMM is mandated to monitor the entire territory of Ukraine within its international recognized borders, including in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. We urge Russia to respect the mandate of the SMM as agreed by all participating states and ensure that all restrictions affecting the mission's work are lifted immediately. We once again applaud the targeting of assets of the mission. The volatile security situation in eastern Ukraine has an immense impact on the civilian population, in particular persons in the most vulnerable situations living in the non-government controlled areas and along both sides of the contact line, where people are under continuous threat of shelling, and we share a profound concern for their sufferings. As a result of the conflict, 2.9 million Ukrainians are still in need of humanitarian assistance. We call on the sides to respect international humanitarian law and guarantee unhindered and sustained access for humanitarian actors, including UNHCR and other UN agencies, as well as national and international NGOs, to all people in need. The EU, together with its 27 member states, is the biggest donor of humanitarian aid to Ukraine since the beginning of the conflict. The EU will continue to support humanitarian organizations. Mr. President, let me turn to the situation in Crimea. These days, we commemorate 8 years since the beginning of the hostile Russian political and military actions against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, leading to the illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by the Russian Federation. This illegal annexation and Russia's subsequent actions on the peninsula and in surrounding waters are in blatant breach of international law and of key principles of the rules-based international order. They remain a direct challenge to international security with grave implications for the international law that protects the sovereignty, territorial integrity and unity of all states. In line with the resolutions of this General Assembly, the EU reconfirms its condemnation of this violation of international law and continues to implement its consistent non-recognition policy of the illegal annexation, including through restrictive measures together with transatlantic partners. As stated in Resolution 68262, the so-called referendum organized by Russia on the Crimean Peninsula in March 2014 has no legal validity. And we recall the obligation of all states not to recognize as lawful any territorial acquisition of special advantage resulting from aggression. And we call on all UN member states to remain steadfast in their policy of non-recognition of Russia's illegal annexation. We welcome Ukraine's efforts to continue to seek justice using international legal instruments and courts. The ongoing Russian militarization of the Crimean Peninsula has a negative impact on the security situation in the Black Sea region and beyond, and we call on Russia to refrain from impeding the lawful exercise of navigational rights and freedoms to and from the Sea of Azov in accordance with international law. We affirm the universal and unified character of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We remain seriously concerned about transfers by the Russian Federation of sophisticated weapon systems and military personnel to the peninsula since March 2014. As documented in the reports by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Russian citizenship and conscription in the armed forces of the Russian Federation have been imposed on Crimean residents in violation of international humanitarian law. Russian legislative elections have been illegally held in the legally annexed Crimea, and a population census conducted in an attempt to legitimize the illegal annexation of the peninsula. All these developments are extremely worrying and hostile. The EU remains deeply concerned about the severe deterioration of human rights situation in the Crimean Peninsula since its illegal annexation by the Russian Federation. Residents of the peninsula face systematic violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms, such as the rights to freedom of expression, religion or belief and association, and the right to peaceful assembly. Arbitrary detentions and convictions remain systemic. In particular, the human rights situation of the Crimean Tatars have been targeted. In accordance with the UN General Assembly Resolution 76179, adopted last December, it is crucial that regional and international human rights monitoring mechanisms, as well as non-governmental human rights organizations, are granted proper and unimpeded access to the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Journalists, media workers, human rights defenders and defense lawyers should be able to work independently and without undue interference and intimidation. Mr. President, the EU reaffirms our commitment to further support Ukraine's resilience, including encountering cyber and hybrid threats and tackling disinformation. The EU underlines the importance of Ukraine's reform agenda based on democracy, rule of law, respect for international law and human rights. In conclusion, Mr. President, let me reiterate once again our firm belief that tensions and disagreements must be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy, and that this issue is not only a matter of regional concern, but of a global. Threats and violations of international law, including the UN Charter, affect all member states of the UN and all people of the world. I thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lithuania on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Lithuania. All our countries have aligned with the statement of the European Union. Mr. President, despite the repeated calls for serious de-escalation by the UN Secretary General and recent intensive diplomatic efforts at all levels, Russia keeps dramatically escalating its aggressive actions against Ukraine. We strongly condemn the decision by President Putin to recognize the non-government controlled areas of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, of Ukraine as independent entities and the ensuing decision to send Russian troops into these areas under the pretext of so-called peacekeeping. We call on Russia to reverse these decisions. As clearly stated by UN Secretary General and political leaders of our countries, these illegal acts further undermine Ukraine's sovereignty and independence and constitute a severe breach of international law and international agreements, including the UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act, Paris Charter, and Budapest Memorandum. We underline that Russian forces in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast of Ukraine would be nothing else than an invasion of a sovereign state. Calling them peacekeepers, to quote the Secretary General, is the perversion of the concept of peacekeeping. By these illegal acts, Russia is breaking its commitment to work with the Normandy format and the Trilateral Contact Group in finding a peaceful settlement to the conflict. It is also violating UN Security Council Resolution 2202, which requires full implementation of the Minsk agreements. The Russian Federation's use of force against Ukraine is completely unjustified and unacceptable and must be met with unity, firmness, and determination, including through additional sanctions in solidarity with Ukraine. Russia's continued aggressive actions and threats against Ukraine and its recent unprecedented and large-scale military buildup in Ukraine and near its borders, including through deployment of combat forces in and the joint drills with Belarus, pose a threat not only to European but also to the global security. In addition, Russia's increased military presence in the Black Sea and in the illegally annexed Crimean Peninsula, as well as the closure of the large parts of the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, add to the threat of escalation also in the maritime sphere. Non-adherence to international law and its fundamental principles undermines the rules-based international order and effective multilateralism. We underscore the crucial importance of upholding these principles, including to the right of all states to the sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and political independence, as well as freedom of states to choose their own security arrangements. The Nordic and Baltic countries stand in full solidarity with Ukraine, supporting its territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence within its internationally recognized borders. Russia has a clear and direct responsibility under international law to work to find a peaceful settlement of the conflict. We call on Russia to respect the principles of the UN Charter, to de-escalate, and to choose to engage in the meaningful diplomacy. Mr. President, in 3 days, we will mark the 8th anniversary of the illegal annexation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by the Russian Federation. The Nordic and Baltic countries continue to condemn this blatant violation of international law and remain committed to implementing the EU's non-recognition policy, including through restrictive measures. We call on UN member states to consider similar measures in accordance with the UN General Assembly, the Resolution 68/262. We continue to condemn the increasing militarization of the Crimean Peninsula and the severe deterioration of the human rights situation there. We recall the obligation of all states not to recognize as lawful any territorial acquisition or special advantage resulting from the use of armed forces. The Russia-instigated conflict has resulted in around 14,000 deaths, 1.5 million displaced, countless damages and suffering of those living on both sides of the contact line. Furthermore, we are witnessing Russia's continued effort of de facto integration and systematic demographic changes of the illegally annexed Crimea, as well as non-government controlled areas in Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine, including through accelerated issuing of Russian passports on the massive scale to Ukrainian citizens and forced conscription to the Russian armed forces. Such moves are making the conflict resolution efforts even more difficult. We are concerned about reported arbitrary detentions and arrests, especially of Crimean Tatars and Ukrainian-speaking minorities, increasing pressure on journalists and media workers, human rights defenders, and other members of civil society. Russia must fully respect international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. We call for the immediate release of all illegally detained and imprisoned persons in the Crimean Peninsula and in Russia. It is essential that international organizations and human rights actors have unhindered access to the areas currently not under control of the Ukraine and the Crimean Peninsula, in accordance with UN General Assembly Resolution 76/179 of the 16th December 2021. We urge Russia to withdraw its forces and materiel from within Ukraine, including the Crimean Peninsula and non-government controlled areas of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast, as well as from areas adjacent to its borders, and to immediately stop fueling the conflict. We reiterate our full support to the efforts towards peaceful and sustainable resolution of this conflict through the established international mechanisms. We commend Ukraine for its constructive approach and urge Russia to assume its responsibility as a party to the conflict, upholding its commitments, abide by the international law, and return to the discussions within the normative format and the trilateral contact group. It is essential that the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission have free and unhindered access through Ukraine, including the Crimean Peninsula and non-government controlled areas in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast of Ukraine, in accordance with its mandates. We're deeply concerned regarding the continued restrictions of the mission's freedom of movement, including security incidents involving its staff and assets. Mr. President, the position of Nordic and Baltic countries is clear. It is our duty as members of the UN to defend the rules-based international order. Challenges to this order clearly affect international community as a whole. We urge Russia to abide by international law and uphold its international commitments. Like the Secretary General, we recall the obligations under the UN Charter of all members to refrain from the threat or use of force and to settle the international disputes by peaceful means. We thank the Secretary General for his clear message on Russia's aggressive actions and call for the UN to continue efforts to restore respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, political independence, and unity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lithuania, who spoke on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, господин генеральный секретарь, начать свое выступление хотел бы с уточнения. Пункт повестки дня, по которому мы сегодня встречаемся, явно назван некорректно. И если он и должен отражать реальность, то речь нужно вести не о временно оккупированных территориях, а о территориях, потерянных в результате человеконенавистнической политики по отношению к собственным гражданам, которую Киев сделал национальной идеей после нелегитимного майданного переворота в 2014 году. По отношению особенно к тем гражданам, кто высказал несогласие с этим переворотом. С момента прихода к власти нынешний режим при молчаливом покровительстве западных кураторов занялся системным ущемлением базовых прав человека, в том числе по национальному признаку. Понимаем, что в центре сегодняшней дискуссии окажется признание Российской Федерации Донецкой и Луганской народных республик как актуальный новостной сюжет. Вокруг этого решения сейчас много спекуляций и инсинуаций. Хочу подчеркнуть, что произошедшее стало прямым следствием многолетнего саботажа Киевом своих прямых обязательств по комплексу мер, одобренному резолюцией Совета Безопасности 2202. С момента ее принятия в феврале 2015 года Россия была последовательно привержена этому непростому внутриукраинскому компромиссу. Мы делали все для сохранения суверенитета и территориальной целостности Украины, организовали множество заседаний Совета Безопасности ООН, встреч по формуле Ария, заинтересованно участвовали в работе нормандского формата и контактной группы в Минске, обсуждали ситуацию на востоке Украины в Организации по безопасности и сотрудничеству в Европе. И это при том, что стороной Минского процесса Россия не являлась и не является. Но все было тщетно. 8 лет Киев продолжал и продолжает бомбить своих же граждан и уклоняться от прямого диалога с Донбассом, а все мировое сообщество все эти 8 лет Киев водил за нос, уверяя в приверженности Минским соглашениям и готовности их выполнять, только в своей интерпретации. И, по сути, саботировал работу контактной группы в Минске, ведь большинство из вас даже не представляет себе, как проходили заседания контактной группы, и как украинские представители саботировали принятие решений не только по политическим, но и по экономическим, и по гуманитарным вопросам. Однако в последнее время украинские руководители перестали стесняться и прямо на камеры заявили о том, что не собираются выполнять свои обязательства. Наверное, последним подтверждением этому стал тот факт, что украинский поспред недвусмысленно подтвердил такой настрой в ходе организованной нами встречи Совета Безопасности 17 февраля. А наши западные коллеги Украину к выполнению Минска даже не призывали. Стало очевидно, что никаких перспектив выполнения этого документа Киевом больше нет. Именно из-за нежелания Киева учитывать интересы широких слоев населения, Украина с 2014 года находится в состоянии войны со своими гражданами, не согласными с ценностями Майдана и нынешней политикой украинских властей. А западные покровители Украины ничего не сделали, чтобы убедить Киев услышать собственный народ, проявляя при этом вопиющие двойные стандарты. В любой другой кризисной ситуации государства-члены ООН призывают к инклюзивному, прямому диалогу конфликтующих сторон. В противном случае внутренний конфликт не подлежит урегулированию. Однако в случае на Украине все было с точностью да наоборот. Краеугольный камень комплекса мер, прямой диалог между Киевом и Донбассом, саботировался Киевом все это время. К нашему сожалению, генеральный секретарь ООН сделал на днях и сегодня несколько высказываний по поводу происходящего на востоке Украины, которые не соответствуют его статусу и его полномочиям по уставу ООН. Мы специально посмотрели статистику, прошлые файлы, досье и обнаружили, что не было ни одного конфликта, когда генеральный секретарь, будь то нынешний или его предшественники, позволял себе подобные высказывания в отношении любой страны. По ситуации...
And just so you know, I love how this son of a bitch speaks perfect English. But when he wants to talk about the Russian position in Ukraine, he speaks in Russian.
На Украине генеральный секретарь ни разу не возвысил свой голос в пользу необходимости выполнения тех требований Минского комплекса мер, резолюции 2202 Совета Безопасности, которые прямо требуют решать все проблемы по согласованию между Киевом, Донецком и Луганском. Об этом никто и на Западе ни разу не упомянул. И, к сожалению, генеральный секретарь последовал этому печальному примеру. В этих условиях нам непонятно, какие добрые услуги, о которых говорил генеральный секретарь, он может предоставить. Крымчане, дончане и луганчане еще в 2014 году объявили о независимости. Крыму повезло больше. Его жители почти сразу же высказались в пользу присоединения к России и оказались под защитой Российской Федерации. Дончанам и луганчанам, которые наши немецкие и французские партнеры пообещали справедливое урегулирование, пришлось ждать нашего признания долгих 8 лет, в течение которых все еще теплилась надежда на то, что Киев одумается и начнет диалог со своими гражданами. Однако майданная власть подобных планов не имела и за эти годы осуществила две чудовищные и кровавые военные авантюры, закончившиеся разгромом украинской армии ополченцами и подписанием Минских соглашений. Вместо их выполнения Киев с самого начала вынашивал план реванша, не прекращая обстрелов мирных кварталов и диверсий. Кроме того, важно учитывать, что за эти годы Украина прочно превратилась в антироссию и возвела борьбу с русским языком и всем русским в ранг государственной политики. В стране появилась языковая инквизиция. Сфера употребления русского языка неуклонно сжималась, подвергалась репрессиям. Уже при президенте Зеленском, который в ходе предвыборной кампании рядился в одежде миротворца и защитника интересов всех украинцев, было запрещено вещание 6 оппозиционных каналов. Активно насаждалась и насаждается ложь о Второй мировой войне. Соратники Гитлера становились героями, а настоящие герои предавались забвению. Несогласные с такой политикой Киева преследовались, подвергались репрессиям, судебным преследованиям и физическим расправам, включая убийство оппозиционных политиков и журналистов. Таким образом, дончанам и луганчанам было очевидно, в какую Украину им предлагают вернуться. Однако даже перед лицом этого они не уходили от выполнения Минских соглашений, веря в то, что документ будет выполнен и у них появится особый статус. Как оказалось, этим надеждам не суждено было сбыться. Сегодня всем известна чудовищная цифра в 14 тысяч жертв этого конфликта, среди которых сотни детей. Подавляющее большинство из них – это жители Донецка и Луганска. Все эти годы против Донбасса действует экономическая, транспортная и продовольственная блокада. Пожилые люди и дети прячутся от обстрелов по подвалам. Счет беженцев, которые спасаются в России, обратите внимание, в России, а не на Украине, только в последние дни идет на десятки тысяч, а конкретно сегодня их 96 тысяч человек. Для любого цивилизованного государства очевидно, что так со своим народом не поступают. А значит, Киеву нужны не донбассы, а только их земля. Об этом прямо говорил президент Зеленский, предложив донбассам убираться в Россию. И при этом киевская власть именует этих людей, презрительно именует этих людей террористами. Убедившись в безнадежности ситуации, мы приняли решение о том, что народ Донбасса имеет право считать себя независимым. Остальное вам известно. Уважаемые коллеги, в условиях неприкрытого геноцида и попрания главного права человека, права на жизнь, наша страна не могла более оставаться безучастной к судьбе 4-миллионного Донбасса. Мы руководствовались прежде всего тем, что высшая ценность – это человеческая жизнь. Критикуя нас за это решение, вы проявляете полное безразличие к судьбе дончан и луганчан, как это делали Киев и его западные кураторы все 8 лет конфликта. И этот конфликт далеко не исчерпан. Обстрелы мирных кварталов обеих республик не прекратились. Запад продолжает наускивать, подбадривать и вооружать Киев. Предупреждаем, что в условиях, когда по просьбе Донецка и Луганска следить за режимом прекращения огня будут вооруженные силы России, либеральничать с нарушителями никто не станет. Поэтому призываю вас сегодня сосредоточить усилия на том, чтобы утихомирить Киев и удержать его от новых военных авантюр, которые могут дорого обойтись для нынешней украинской власти. Благодарю вас.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Mr. President, the government of Japan has a strong view that what is happening in and around Ukraine is not an isolated problem in Europe, but a problem for the entire international community and a challenge to the international order. It goes totally against the purposes and the principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, Japan consistently supports the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Russia's decision to recognize the independence of certain regions of eastern Ukraine seriously undermines those very principles in violation of international law. It is absolutely unacceptable, and Japan strongly condemns the series of recent Russian acts. Prime Minister Kishida, acting in lockstep with the international community, has announced sanction measures, including the suspension of the issuance of entry visas and asset freeze to individuals concerned. Japan continues to pay close attention with serious concern to the development of the situation, including Russia's military buildup in the armed areas around Ukraine's borders, and its decision regarding the deployment of its forces outside its territory. Tensions should be de-escalated by the withdrawal of Russian troops, and this is essential to restore the cause of diplomacy. Any threat or use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states goes against the fundamental principles that underpin the rules-based international order. It is a clear violation of international law, and what is at stake for the member states is the rule of law and the UN Charter itself. Mr. President, Japan expresses its solidarity with the people of Ukraine for the hope come true. Japan has made its own diplomatic efforts for a peaceful solution and supports the efforts of all countries for a serious diplomatic solution to the present crisis. Before closing, let me reiterate that unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion are unacceptable, regardless of wherever they take place. No member state can afford to be a bystander. Japan will continue to work hand in hand with other partners. I thank you, Mr. President.
All right, and I thank the 8 new people who just signed up on the network. If you want to do the smart thing like they did, go to the top of the chat, sign up there, VIP or above. A lot of you, I don't want to say a lot, 4 people have contacted me on Twitter and said, hey, I didn't get my invite. My response to them has been, hey, check your spam folder. And guess what? That's where the invite is. It's your spam settings, has nothing to do with our email. So if you order our service and you have not received your invitation 4 out of 4 times in the last 24 hours, it's been in their junk mail file. So don't file charges against me. Don't get your blood pressure up. Don't write me nasty grams. Don't call me anything but a white man. Especially when you've already got the invitation and it is in your spam. Also, when you sign up, military vehicles, top right. I knew that was going to be a golden camera. When you get the invitation, make sure that you are on the work version. There has to be 3 windows there. The network name, the username, and the password. If it's only showing you 2 fields to fill in, you're on the free version, not the pay version. Make sure you're on the work version. Then when you get there and you do sign in, it's going to have a few questions for you. One of them is going to be GPS. You want it on and you want it to work with the preferences or the behavior, and set the keep alive status for as long as possible. And then you're also going to want to make sure that there are 2 channels that you leave turned on. One of those is the emergency broadcast channel. The other is the #1 all call. You want both of those channels to be on because #1 all call is our general announcements of where the shows are, the links are, the roundtable discussions, so on and so forth. And then the emergency dispatch channel is the channel that we contact you on if you're in trouble, or you contact us on if you're in trouble. So we contact you if trouble's headed your way. You contact us if you found the trouble. That's all done over the emergency dispatch channel. Now, as far as your status, there's only 2 statuses you should ever use on the network. The first is available. That means that you get everything, you get all of the notifications, you get all the messages, you get everything coming in just like you're supposed to. The other status is busy. That's for when you don't want to hear all the news, but you still want to get it. If you put your phone in standby, that's all it will do is stand by. You will get no news, you will get no notifications, you will get no alerts, you will get nothing. Standby basically takes your phone off the network. So do not put your phone in the standby mode in the app. You either want active, available, or busy. That's it. Also, channels that are listed as chat are what you text in. Channels that are listed as talk are channels that you talk on. So I would appreciate it, folks, if in the middle of my show you don't come into a chat channel that I'm monitoring and talk about things, because you're going to come out through the middle of the show and I'm going to be an unhappy camper. So just remember, if it says chat, you can text and chat on it. If it says talk, you can use your voice and talk over it. We have both types of channels, so just keep that in mind when you're going across those. So with that, we're going to continue to watch this. Things that a lot of people don't know, but we're telling you here. First off, Ukraine is under a state of emergency that was declared just 4 hours ago, started 4 hours ago. In addition to that, the Ruskies have closed the airspace to civilian aircraft along the border from Belarus all the way down to the Sea of Azov. That is the Russian-Ukrainian border there, where we've been showing you all of the military assets are moved in. The Russians have now closed that to civilian airspace to start their onslaught. So we could be seeing that here shortly, because we are just 5 minutes and 5 seconds ahead of the top of the hour for 4 a.m. So that'd be 5 a.m. in Moscow, 4 a.m. in Ukraine. The third thing that was most significant is people always talk about the DEFCON 1 status, DEFCON 2, DEFCON 3, whatever the status is in the United States. Well, guess what? The Russians have a system similar to that. It's called #1 alarm, which means that all of their bases are on heightened alert, as well as the FSB and other military personnel have been called into their offices at midnight last night. So just 4 or 5 hours ago, they are all diligently working there. It looks like everything is set to go for Russia to start attacking. They have already invaded into the eastern part of Ukraine. They've already got forces in around Donetsk and moving. They want to take the entire oblast there. So we're going to continue to monitor this in real time. Got people on the ground over there who are feeding us intel. People in the military are feeding us intel. So lots of stuff going on. We know more than most do about this because we've been covering this for years and years. In fact, I was there in 2015 myself. So welcome all the new members. If you want to be a new member, again, sign up, VIP or above. That is the link at the top of the chat. And the channel that we are operating on here is the Ask Lee Live on the network. You can go in there and ask questions if you like. Thanks to all of you who are continuing to monitor the trucks in the background, the other videos and so on and so forth, streams in addition to the ones that we are monitoring here. So with that, we will get back to the UN, Useless Nothings, talking about what the Ruskies are doing, and they said it in Russian so nobody would understand it, even though the guy speaks perfect English. So we're going to continue on with this, see what else we can get for you, your only source for everything Ukraine. KLW World News, real time, no BS. Thanks for being here. Questions are being taken from the chat on the network. Top of the chat, VIP or above, gets you hooked up. See you there, folks. Thanks for joining.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan.
Japan.
And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States.
Representative. The representative. The representative. Representative. That's what he said. Representative of the United States. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Remember that. Representative. That's
Member
educational.
states of the United Nations, we stand at a crossroads in the history of this body. On Monday, President Putin announced that Russia would recognize as independent states the so-called DNR and LNR regions, part of the sovereign territory of Ukraine controlled by Russia's proxies since 2014. He then ordered Russian military forces, under the guise of so-called peacekeepers, to deploy to these regions. In the hours that followed, Secretary General Guterres said this was a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. He reaffirmed that to us in his remarks today. In an emergency meeting Monday night, all but one member of the Security Council called for dialogue and diplomacy, which can only happen if Russia abandons its unprovoked further aggression toward Ukraine. Has Russia heeded these calls? No. Instead, it has responded with additional actions to undermine Ukraine's sovereignty, including mass disinformation, which we just heard again today, cyber attacks, and efforts to create a false flag pretext, in addition to Russia's overwhelming military buildup of more than 150,000 troops near Ukraine's border. Russia's actions have only confirmed what we and other nations have been warning about. Other UN member states must recognize the threat before us all today, before it's too late. Colleagues, there's no middle ground here. Calling for both sides to de-escalate only gives Russia a pass. Russia is the aggressor here. History tells us that looking the other way is ultimately the more costly path. And we need only to look across the past decade for an indication of the path that Russia is taking. Since 2014, Russia has occupied Crimea following its illegal invasion and has been manufacturing and fueling ongoing military conflicts in eastern Ukraine. In recent years, including President Putin's remarks this week, Russian leaders have claimed that Ukraine is not a real country. They have questioned its right to exist. Russia's actions are an unprovoked violation of international law, of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and a direct contradiction of the Minsk agreements. Russia's aggression not only threatens all of Ukraine, but every member state and the UN itself. Colleagues, President Putin gave us the clearest indication of his intentions on Monday when he asked the world to travel back in time by more than 100 years before the United Nations even existed to an age of empires. He asserted that Russia can recolonize its neighbors and that he will use force to make a farce of the United Nations. The United States rejects that firmly. This is 2022. We're not going back to an era of empires and colonies or to the USSR or the Soviet Union. We have moved forward, and we must ensure, as the permanent representative from Kenya said in the Security Council on Monday night, that the embers of dead empires do not ignite new forms of oppression and violence. Unfortunately, the fake reality Russia wants to create is already having real consequences for the people.
Yeah, folks, that flashing in the center screen, that was 2 buses that run off of Canton area electrical lines above the road, and they were moving from one circuit over to the other. That's why you saw that sparking there in the middle of the screen.
Of Ukraine and for the world. To date, Russia's war in eastern Ukraine has already killed more than 14,000 people, nearly 3 million Ukrainians.
15,000 people, lady. 15,000. You're at the UN. You should know that shit.
Half of whom are elderly people and children, need food, shelter, and other life-saving assistance. And of course, ordinary Russians should be asking how many Russian lives Putin is willing to sacrifice to feed his ambitions. If Russia continues down this path, it could, according to our estimates, create a new refugee crisis, one of the largest facing the world today, with as many as 5 million more people displaced by Russia's war of choice and putting pressure on Ukraine's neighbors. And because Ukraine is one of the world's largest wheat suppliers, especially for the developing world, Russia's actions could cause a spike in food prices and lead to even more desperate hunger in places like Libya, Yemen, and Lebanon. The tidal wave of suffering this war will cause are unthinkable. And then there's the broader threat that Russia's actions upend our international system, make a mockery of the UN Charter, and call into question our most fundamental principles of sovereignty, diplomacy, and territorial integrity. Unfortunately, despite these terrible world-altering outcomes.
Look, folks, just because it's 4 a.m. doesn't mean it didn't start at 4 a.m. We're not saying it did. We're not saying it didn't. But even if you launch the missiles at 4 a.m., they're not going to be there at 4:05.
Russia appears determined to proceed. Together with our partners and allies, President Biden has taken decisive action to make the cost of Russia's actions crystal clear. But as much as we all want Russia to de-escalate and choose the path of peace, that is not our choice to make. This is President Putin's war of choice. If he chooses to escalate further, Russia and Russia alone will bear full responsibility for what is to come. What we can do together today is make clear that Russia will pay an even steeper price if it continues this aggression, that responsible countries do not bully their neighbors into submission, that former empires cannot lay claim to sovereign and independent nations. The very first line of the UN Charter states, "We are uniting together," quote, "determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war." This, right here, right now, is a moment. It is a moment when we can save this generation and the next from that terrible fate. Colleagues, now is not the time to sit on the sidelines. Now is the time to get off of the sidelines. Let us together show Russia that it is isolated and alone in its aggressive actions. Let us stand fully behind the principles of sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity for Ukraine and for all member states. Let us show Russia that every other UN member state believes it is time to de-escalate, to come back to the negotiating table, and to work toward peace so that Ukrainians can live in security and the tenets of the UN Charter can be upheld for future generations to come. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, my delegation aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union, and in my national capacity, I would like to add the following comment. Last year, we celebrated 75th anniversary of the United Nations, which was created to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. But today, our generation and this very United Nations and the rules-based order has come at a crucial juncture. How the events will unfold will define not only the future of security and stability in Europe, but of the entire international community. It is deeply alarming that the international norms and principles that we all committed to uphold are repeatedly violated by the Russian Federation. A permanent member of the Security Council whose primary responsibility is to do the exact opposite.
Yeah, the guy that's up there playing with the camera is the one that did that.
Unfortunately, breaching the international law and undermining international rules-based order has long been a marking of Russia's aggressive policy towards its neighboring states, aimed at forcefully redrawing their borders and trying to curb their sovereign choices. My country, Georgia, is no exception here. Russia's decision to recognize the so-called independence of integral parts of Ukraine and sending its military as the so-called peacekeepers represent grave violation of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act. Moreover, they are in breach of Russia's own commitments made under the Budapest Memorandum and the Minsk Agreements endorsed by the Security Council Resolution 2202. The Georgian government strongly condemns Russia's so-called recognition of Ukraine's territories, the so-called LPR and DPR. Let me be clear, these decisions, as in the case of Russian-occupied Georgian regions, shall never be accepted by the international community. 8 years have passed since the Russian aggression against Ukraine, annexation of Crimea, and instigation of the conflict in Donbass. The humanitarian cost alone is tremendous. More than 14,000 Ukrainian citizens died, while more than 30,000 have been injured, and almost 1.5 million residents of the occupied areas of Ukraine now live in internal displacement. As we speak, another wave of Russia's military aggression against...
Yeah, if he doesn't quit playing with that camera on the upper left-hand corner, we're going to go get a different camera. He freaks out everybody that's watching the stream every time he does that. There are other streams that we can get other than the one that we've got up there. If he keeps that up, we're going to swap it out for another one.
Against Ukraine is well underway. It is aimed at redrawing Ukraine's sovereign borders, and the security repercussions of such actions will go far beyond Ukraine. Let me express strong solidarity. Dear colleagues, aggression against Ukraine is a repetition of the same pattern of Russia's illegal actions that we saw against my own country. It started with inciting and backing up puppet regimes in Georgia's Abkhazia and Tskhinvali regions. Then came a full-scale military aggression in 2008 under fabricated pretexts, leading to their illegal occupation. And shortly after signing a ceasefire agreement, instead of fulfilling obligations undertaken, Russia recognized the occupied territories as sovereign entities, thus creating a launchpad for their factual annexation.
as of today, in breach of all the international commitments, including inter alia the EU-mediated 12 of August 2008 ceasefire agreement, Russian Federation continues its illegal and provocative actions toward the occupied regions of Georgia, conducting so-called borderization process, which in effect is nothing less than a continuous aggression and a creeping annexation. Humanitarian consequences of the aforementioned actions are appalling, given unbearable human rights situation and the conditions the civilian population, women and children have to endure. We are seeing the very same playbook in action in Ukraine. This pattern of behavior brazenly undermines the entire international rules-based order, poses grave threat to regional and global peace and security, and are inconsistent with the ways how responsible states should act in the 21st century. It is no longer about Ukraine or Georgia or other countries neighboring Russia. Peace and security in Europe and beyond are at stake. Silence and acquiescence to land grabbing today is tantamount to a crime before the generations to come. Distinguished colleagues, we should be united in defending the very fundamentals of the international rules-based order, and first and foremost, the UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act, and Charter of Paris for New Europe. With this in mind, we call on Russia to reverse its illegal recognition, to immediately withdraw its military from Ukraine and its borders, and abide by the international law. We call upon Russia to do the same with regard to the occupied Georgian regions. And in conclusion, Georgia strongly supports Ukraine's European and Euro-Atlantic aspirations and reiterates its unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including Crimea and Donbass, and Ukraine's navigational rights in its territorial waters. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia, and now I invite the distinguished representative of Turkey to take the floor.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, it has been 8 years since the occupation of Crimea. Since the first day, the international community has maintained a resolute position. We never recognized the illegal annexation. And we have always supported Ukraine's independence, territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political unity within its internationally recognized borders. This is our legal and moral obligation. Mr. President, today we face a new act of aggression, this time against another part of Ukrainian territory. This is totally unacceptable. We reject Russia's decision to recognize the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk republics and send in additional troops. It is illegal and illegitimate. It is in contravention of the Minsk agreements and constitutes a flagrant violation of Ukraine's political unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Mr. President, we do not need, nor do we want, a new war in our region. We call upon Russia to reverse its decision and return to diplomacy and dialogue on the basis of the Minsk agreements. This is the only way that will take us away from the precipice. Therefore, we call for restraint and common sense. We urge the parties to get together around the negotiation table without delay. As a neighbor to both parties, we are ready to facilitate this process and host technical and/or high-level meetings. We also welcome President Zelensky's proposal for a meeting between P5, Turkey, Germany, and Ukraine. Finally, we continue to support the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission led by Ambassador Halit Çevik. Mr. President, I am obliged to repeat, today Ukraine, a founding member of the United Nations, is faced with yet another act of aggression, and the global community is faced with yet another threat to regional and international peace and security. But above all, this is an aggression against the fundamental principles of international law and the UN Charter. Make no mistake, we all need the rules-based international order.
It is our duty as member states to defend legality. It is our obligation to ensure that conflicts are resolved through peaceful means. We must make sure that the founding principles of the UN are upheld. This is the only way to save ourselves from the scourge of war. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. And I will give the floor to distinguished representative of Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. A friend of mine used to have this job.
Señor
from
Presidente,
Costa Rica.
señor Secretario General, una vez más, otra grave crisis con peligrosas repercusiones mundiales vuelve a tocar las puertas de Europa del Este y de nuestra organización. Al reconocer las regiones del Donetsk y del Luhansk como entidades independientes, la Federación de Rusia viola la soberanía y la integridad territorial de Ucrania. Transgrede la Carta de las Naciones Unidas.
If you want to read some funny stuff, read the automatic closed captioning under this guy talking on the left-hand side. No, sir, larger.
Los acuerdos de Minsk y el memorándum de Budapest, así como reiteradas resoluciones del Consejo de Seguridad y de esta Asamblea General.
For some of you guys, that's what she said.
Y muchos de los principios más sólidos del derecho internacional. Costa Rica condena tales acciones contrarias al derecho internacional y reitera que los hechos consumados, si bien pueden imponer realidades sobre el terreno, no generan derechos. Permítanme hacer 4 reflexiones sobre la crisis actual. En primer lugar, debemos aceptar que la seguridad colectiva, para ser legítima, debe respetar el derecho internacional. La Carta de esta organización define claramente nuestros derechos y nuestros deberes. Su cumplimiento no es opcional, es obligatorio, porque incluso las naciones más grandes están sujetas a ese derecho internacional. Es obligatorio porque los miembros no electos del Consejo de Seguridad han de ser actores internacionales ejemplares, pues a ellos se les confía la paz y la seguridad en nombre del resto de la membresía.
Eric, where are you getting the reports that there are attacks near the border with Crimea? We can believe that because we've seen some activity in that area, but we're not going to tell you where. Yo hablo poquito de español. So where are you getting that, Eric? If you're going to post that in our chat, you got to say where you get that.
Como miembros no electos, tienen más obligaciones con el derecho internacional y con su respeto irrestricto. En segundo lugar, la agresión rusa y la violación de la soberanía e integridad territorial de Ucrania y la violación de los términos que hicieron posible la entrega de armas nucleares por parte de ese país socavan el régimen internacional de la no proliferación. Con el memorándum de Budapest, los estados dueños de armas nucleares se comprometieron a respetar las fronteras de Ucrania a cambio de la renuncia de ella a las armas nucleares. Costa Rica lamenta el incumplimiento de este compromiso que conlleva graves consecuencias para el régimen de la no proliferación nuclear. Esto es motivo de preocupación para toda la comunidad internacional y en particular para los países que, como los de nuestra América Latina y el Caribe, hemos declarado ser libres de armas nucleares. Un Estado es tan fuerte como su palabra. En tercer lugar, señor presidente, señor secretario general, debemos agotar todas las vías diplomáticas para evitar las devastadoras consecuencias humanitarias de un conflicto armado para millones de personas en Ucrania. Los espacios cívicos y las libertades fundamentales en las regiones del Donetsk y del Luhansk se han visto gravemente reducidos desde los graves hechos armados que tuvieron lugar en el año 2014. Y ello ha provocado una erosión de la libertad de expresión y del activismo independiente. Costa Rica lamenta que muchos defensores de los derechos humanos, de los que he sido uno, muchos activistas medioambientales, periodistas y miembros de minorías nacionales se hayan visto obligados a huir, y ello ha restringido su participación en asuntos públicos y en asambleas pacíficas. No hay allí libertad ni pluralidad porque hay censura y persecución. La comunidad internacional, señor presidente, debe mantener un registro diligente de todas las violaciones del derecho internacional, de los derechos humanos y del derecho internacional humanitario por parte de la Federación de Rusia, en línea con lo manifestado aquí por el señor secretario general. Como hemos visto en esta crisis, las tecnologías emergentes ofrecen un nuevo conjunto de retos y un potencial de escalada de conflictos que requieren de respuestas diplomáticas. La capacidad de algunos estados de emplear la inteligencia artificial en los ciberataques y en las campañas de desinformación hacen más urgente que nunca adoptar nuevos acuerdos multilaterales para minimizar los riesgos futuros y garantizar la estabilidad internacional.
Vigilancia.
No permitamos que se haga del hábitat de millones de personas en Ucrania un campo experimental de nuevas y cruentas formas de violencia masiva. Ya esos tiempos pasaron. Y para que quede claro, cortar las redes eléctricas es violencia. La guerra psicológica es violencia. Una violencia que debe ser condenada con el mismo vigor que aplicamos a la violencia armada. La ley protege a los civiles sin importar el medio de sufrimiento, y Costa Rica seguirá honrando el derecho de los civiles ucranianos a una vida cotidiana.
Okay, we are now reporting, got several reports that the invasion is underway. They have a video of a missile impact on a surveillance camera. I've got to confirm that yet, but I'm getting lots of people who are sending me stuff saying it's going on. We've got this over here. We've got that over there. We've got a lot of stuff going on. So it surely indeed does look like that in some parts of the country it is underway. Also, Forte 12 is hauling ass. Maybe it doesn't want to be part of that because now it got started, but this is where it's at. You can see right here. Let me get that map up here for you. Forte 12's been working hard right here. I mean, all night long here. And just hammering away. That's where the Russians are mainly moving. They did some other stuff up in here, but this is where they're highly active over here. They're going to be everywhere before it's all over with, but it is really kicking off right in here right now. This is in the Donetsk, Luhansk Oblast. Putin has said that area is a whole lot bigger than what the Russian troops actually hold, and he wants to claim all of it, so he's just going to go in there and do what he wants to do. tried to make it legal, like with a document that he signed with people that don't exist. He bought a house from himself. Is kind of what he's doing. He just agreed to buy the Brooklyn Bridge from his cousin. The kind of stuff that Putin's trying to pull off. But we definitely have reports coming in, explosions and missile strikes coming out of the port city of Mariupol in Ukraine. And so we want to try to get ourselves another camera of Mariupol. If anybody's got one, put it in the chat in the show there. We're going to continue to go on with this. More stuff that we've got coming in here in real time. Give you guys the audio of what we just had here. Where is this? Oh no, that's different. Stand by. We've got it here. Oh yeah, they're moving out of an hour ago. The tanks were 6 hours from the border. It's a line charge unit. It's got a piece of pipe on top of it. It fires a charge out to blast a line across to come through the barbed wire or the concertina wire or any of the mines that may have been laid out there. So also the Klanchak checkpoint near the Crimea border has apparently been struck within the last few minutes. That was 6 minutes ago. Guards seemed to engage targets and then ran off screen. The lights were cut off at the checkpoint soon after, and then the stream went down. So that's not too far from the camera that we were showing you, folks, the one that was in our upper right hand corner there. In fact, let's get back to that because we don't want to miss nothing. So after all this is said and done, I'll show you guys where that camera was.
Cotidiana, pacífica y segura, sin injerencia extranjera. Para terminar, señor presidente, Costa Rica quiere recordar que a todos los estados que el camino hacia la construcción de la paz debe estar pavimentado con iniciativas centradas en las personas y lideradas por mujeres. Lejos de ser víctimas indefensas, las mujeres han estado en primera línea, llamando al cese de combates, abordando las causas profundas de los conflictos y han estado también presentes en la construcción de la paz. La paz no será sostenible si no es inclusiva. Señor presidente, nuestras Naciones Unidas deben ser mucho más que un lugar que obligue a los estados a deponer las armas. Las Naciones Unidas deben ser un lugar en donde prevalezca el diálogo y nadie sienta la necesidad de levantar las armas. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica. And I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Señor presidente, señor secretario general, México acude a esta sesión dedicada a la situación en Ucrania con el ánimo de contribuir a mantener abiertas las vías del diálogo y de la diplomacia. La posición de México tiene como fundamento la obligación de respetar la soberanía, la unidad y la integridad territorial de Ucrania dentro de sus fronteras reconocidas internacionalmente, en apego irrestricto al derecho internacional, a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y a las resoluciones 2625, 3314 y 68/262 de esta Asamblea General, así como a los acuerdos de Minsk. Observamos que el efecto acumulado de los hechos registrados en los últimos días violenta tres principios fundamentales: la proscripción de...
All right, folks. Yeah, what you were just hearing is shelling. And I'm going through and getting this stuff. Again, I've got so many people send me stuff that's graphic. I'm really hesitant to just to throw it up on the screen for you and go, oh, look at this. And then there's people parts all over the scene. That doesn't work out real well, especially on this platform. So I hate to do that. What the hell is that? All I wanted to do was see a shelling. Here we go. All right, we're trying to keep you guys getting more coming in here live as the stuff comes in. Again, I'm hesitant to just put it up on the screen because so much stuff comes in that it's got things on it you don't want to see. So let's hit the top of what we know already. We know that Ukraine has declared a state of emergency. We know that the Russians have closed the airspace from the Sea of Azov, their border, the Sea of Azov, all the way up to the border where Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus meet. So the entire border between Russia and Ukraine, from the Sea of Azov all the way up to Belarus, that is all closed to commercial and civilian air traffic. Russia has ordered that. Well, why? Because they're going to fire a bunch of missiles. We already know that. We already see them landing over there. So it is imminent. It has already started. How big, how ugly it will get, how quickly, I do not know. All I know is that there is some major shelling going on, and there has already been some major shelling going on. We're going to continue to cover this here for you, give it to you as we get it. If you'd like to be part of our private network and get more news than what you're getting here, it's just a little over $1 a day. Go to klwworldnews.com, sign up VIP or above. The link is at the top of the chat. Many people are joining our network and seeing the advantages of having a private, secure news network that shares the news, not propaganda or advertising. So join the family, the educated family of news hounds on klwworldnews.com. Link is at the top of the chat. With that, I'm going to go back over to the UN here. I'm going to keep going through the stuff that's coming in. Thank you very much for those of you who are sending us stuff. Our Twitter account is @newsklw. That's @NEWSKLW on Twitter. And then if you are on our private network, I'm taking questions on the Ask Lee Live channel. 460 channels in there. That's the one I'm on right now. I'm actually on a bunch of them, but that's the one I'm monitoring. And so if you got questions for me, put them in there. Thanks for all of the video links, guys. Greatly appreciate that as well. So get back to the UN here.
De la amenaza o el uso de la fuerza en las relaciones internacionales, el respeto de la integridad territorial e independencia política de los estados y la no intervención en los asuntos internos de los estados. Señor presidente, ante el Consejo de Seguridad, hace apenas unos días, Rusia hizo una declaración en el sentido de que no invadiría Ucrania. Esperamos que mantenga su cabal cumplimiento. México coincide con las declaraciones del secretario general y respalda su llamado a una solución pacífica. La resolución 2202 de 2015 del Consejo de Seguridad, adoptada por unanimidad, constituye el único marco para resolver la situación en el este de Ucrania. Las Naciones Unidas han creado el más amplio andamiaje de mecanismos de solución pacífica de las controversias y tales mecanismos no están agotados. En el Consejo de Seguridad, México compartió su visión para revertir las tensiones, fomentar el diálogo y brindar espacio a la negociación política mediante 3 elementos: la distensión, la diplomacia y el diálogo. Finalmente, reiteramos nuestro llamado a que las partes faciliten el acceso humanitario de manera segura e irrestricta y se respeten plenamente los derechos humanos de toda la población. Señor presidente, son situaciones como estas o como esta las que ponen a prueba la capacidad de la organización para cumplir con sus principios y propósitos. Es momento de cumplir con nuestro mandato. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Monsieur le Président, la France condamne fermement la reconnaissance unilatérale par la Russie de l'indépendance des régions séparatistes de l'Est de l'Ukraine. Elle condamne aussi la décision de déployer l'armée russe dans ces territoires. Il s'agit d'une violation du droit international. Il s'agit d'une violation de la souveraineté et de l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine, incompatible avec la Charte des Nations Unies, comme le secrétaire général l'a déclaré. Il s'agit d'un renoncement unilatéral de la Russie aux accords de Minsk, qu'elle avait pourtant signés et qui sont endossés par la résolution 2202 du Conseil de sécurité. Il s'agit également d'une violation claire des principes fondamentaux de l'OSCE consacrés dans l'acte final d'Helsinki et la Charte de Paris et sur lesquels repose la stabilité en Europe. Il s'agit enfin d'une remise en cause des engagements pris par le président Poutine au cours des derniers jours. La France est gravement préoccupée par la remise en cause de la légitimité de l'existence même de l'État ukrainien par les plus hautes autorités de l'État russe. La Russie a choisi la voie de la déstabilisation et de la confrontation en dépit des efforts incessants en faveur de la désescalade au cours des dernières semaines et des derniers jours, notamment de la part du président Macron en lien avec le chancelier Scholz. Nous appelons la Russie à revenir sur la décision de reconnaissance des entités séparatistes et à retirer ses forces de l'ensemble du territoire de l'Ukraine dans ses frontières internationalement reconnues. D'ici là, la France et ses partenaires de l'Union européenne prennent les mesures qui s'imposent, notamment contre les banques qui financent les opérations militaires russes dans ces territoires et pour prévenir le commerce avec les entités séparatistes. Dans le contexte des tensions élevées aux frontières de l'Ukraine provoquées par le renforcement de l'activité militaire russe et la multiplication des violations du cessez-le-feu le long de la ligne de contact ces derniers jours, cette nouvelle étape de déstabilisation de la part de la Russie fait peser une grave menace sur la sécurité européenne. Nous appelons la Russie à s'abstenir de toutes actions de déstabilisation supplémentaires, notamment celles susceptibles de mettre en danger la sécurité des populations civiles. Nous condamnons l'usage d'armes lourdes et les bombardements indiscriminés de zones civiles qui constituent là encore des violations claires des accords de Minsk. La France...
All right, folks, and just so you know, do not, I repeat, do not log into these sites that claim that they are communications from here and communications from there, and oh, when you log in, type in this number, or oh, when you do that, hit this button, or USB or whatever. Do not log into those. Those are hacking sites. They are honeypots. They expect you to come in there. They're sending you in there. They know you're interested in it, and they want to put viruses all over your computer. So do not, under any circumstances. We were given one the other night. We went to it. Come to find out, it was a hacking site out of Crimea, claimed to be a two-way radio software site, but it was actually hacking people's computers. So do not go to those links. Don't share them. Don't go to them. If it's not a site you know, definitely don't go there now.
La France salue la retenue dont l'Ukraine a fait preuve dans ces circonstances difficiles. Elle exprime toute sa solidarité avec le peuple et le gouvernement ukrainien. La France rappelle
utilize these instruments available to them. One of them is the significant increase of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine under the circumstances. Second, we reminded the United Nations about our request of 20 and 15 to consider launching a peace operation in Ukraine. And there is a way to do that without the UN Security Council decision based on the UN General Assembly resolution. So I'm certain that if there is a will, there is a way. And we will be working with the United Nations on making sure that the will is there and we find the way to put pressure on Russia.
Minister, you got to talks with Americans yesterday. You met Secretary Blinken, you met President Biden. You never comment on that until now. Could you tell what is the main message you got from Americans?
The United both, not even both, but
my three main counterparts, my three main interlocutors in Washington, President Biden, State Secretary Blinken, and Secretary of Defense Austin, they all conveyed three very clear messages. First, the United States will stand by Ukraine, whatever happens, whatever scenario Russia will prefer. Second, the United States will continue to provide Ukraine with defensive weapons to further build our capacity to defend our country. And I would like to assure you that we would be happy if we never have to pick up those weapons and use them in the battlefield. We want peace. But if Russia attacks, we have to be equipped to fight back. And the third message was that US sanctions will be continued. There will be more sanctions on Russia, more painful sanctions on Russia, and they will be done in close coordination with the allies, with the US allies in Europe and other parts of the world, in order to ensure the maximum efficiency of these sanctions. So these are the political messages, but I assure you that in our talks we were very specific about the ways how these messages will be turned into actions in the coming days. And we appreciate, for example, the sanctions which were already imposed by the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, the European Union, some other countries, but this is not enough. And our partners should not wait for Russian rockets to hit Ukrainian soil or Russian planes to cross into our airspace to impose the new wave of sanctions. Sanctions make sense when they deter Russia from further action. So the time for the next wave of sanctions has come. We are in a very dynamic situation and every day matters.
Thank you, Stefano Vaccara, Voce di New York. This is a follow-up and another question. So can we say that you, after the meeting in Washington, you are satisfied, completely satisfied? Because there were reactions in Washington by the other party that say that President Biden was too weak in his reaction toward Russia. So I would like you to respond to this. And then today, what you heard so far, the speeches, there will be more, China will speak. Are you satisfied, the reaction? Is Russia isolated enough in this building at the moment?
I will be satisfied when the last Russian soldier withdraws from Ukrainian territory. Until it doesn't happen, I cannot be fully satisfied. But what we saw yesterday and the day before in Washington, in London, in Brussels, in Ottawa, was a clear demonstration that, that our partners understand clearly one simple fact. This is not only an attack on Ukraine. This is an attack on the existing world order. And the fact that they imposed the first wave of sanctions is appreciated. The decision of the German government to hold Nord Stream 2 is appreciated. But this is not enough to stop Putin. And this is why the message that I received yesterday in Washington, that what was already done is not the end of story, and more actions will be taken. And we will be looking forward to it. And my message is simple, that do not wait too long. You have to act now. Literally every day, decisions have to be adopted. More sanctions have to be imposed. More weapons have to be supplied. More diplomatic efforts have to be undertaken.
Minister, I would like to come back to UN topic actually, because since we're here, you already mentioned about the tools, practical tools that can be implemented by UN to help Ukraine. Can you be more specific about deadlines, about conditions when we can talk about, like, for example, strengths of humanitarian aid to Ukraine, or like peacekeeping missions that actually everybody is expected to see? Thank you.
Again, deadline for every action aimed at preventing the war is now. We all have our bureaucracies, national governments, international organizations. They are essentially bureaucratic structures, and we understand that there are procedures. So the sooner these procedures are launched, the better it is. The situation deteriorates every day, and no one can allow waiting until it's too late. As foreign minister, I do my best to avoid a situation when the world reacts to the war only after Ukrainian blood will be spilled. I do not want my compatriots to pay their lives and sufferings for the reluctance, for the cautiousness, for the inability to act by other governments or international organizations. This is why I'm saying clearly here in the United Nations, and I said it yesterday in Washington, we appreciate what has been done, but this is not enough. More needs to be done as soon as possible.
Foreign Minister, thank you so much for this availability. My question goes to the message that the Russian ambassador gave. At the end of his speech, he said that the Russian military will be in charge of peacekeeping, and they will not be softy with the violators. What can you say about that type of message, especially after the Secretary General was very clear about his concern of the use of the word peacekeeping to refer to the Russian military on the Donbas area?
I think the Secretary General should come out and say a very simple thing. Russia must stop abusing the word peacekeepers and the concept of peacekeeping enshrined in the United Nations Charter. This is exactly what we are talking about. Russia tries to replace the UN with itself. They want to have a free hand to decide how to maintain peace, the way they want to maintain peace. And usually when they say that we want to maintain peace, they speak about another act of aggression. And the use of the word peacekeepers may work for Russian audience, but it shouldn't mislead the world. And the world should clearly debunk this disinformation and speak openly. This is the time to call spade a spade. Speaking about classic diplomatic narratives do not work anymore. Calling on both sides to de-escalate or making statements not mentioning Russia doesn't help anyone except Russia, because it creates space for Russia to move forward and to come to a conclusion that in the end everything will be fine. Because if they are afraid to call us by name now, under these critical circumstances, then they will tolerate any kind of behavior. But again, I will repeat it. The fact that you mentioned about the reference to peacekeepers, it's another manifestation of Russia's ignorance, of Russia ignoring the United Nations, of Russia attacking the fundamental concepts of the United Nations. And I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that what Russia is doing now is an attempt to make the United Nations follow the path of the League of Nations. We all saw it in history. And it's for our generation who learned history, who read history books, who know diplomacy, to avoid the repetition of this scenario. No one can say now this has never happened before. We didn't realize where it would take us to. There will be no such excuse. Everyone perfectly understands what is happening here. And the attack on the Secretary General by the Russian ambassador is unprecedented. And if the United Nations tolerate such an attack, it will be only the United Nations who will suffer the most and who will end up discredited and unrespected.
Thank you. Mr. Foreign Minister, and thank you for this availability, and welcome to New York. There has been a lot of concern about how President...
All right, so the no-fly zone is enacted. We'll show it to you here. Obviously, you don't need to know exactly where it is. It's pretty obvious. There are no aircraft other than Forte 12 up over Ukraine at this moment in time. And, well, let's be honest. Forte 12 is hauling ass. I had a camera in Mariupol. I'm trying to get back. I don't have it. I can't get it anymore. If you guys have cameras in Mariupol or along the coast there, I've got one that somebody sent to me that is at the seaport. But it's so jammed up I can't get data out of it. Can't even get the video hardly. But as you can see here on your screen, the Russians have closed the airspace from here at the Sea of Azov all the way up past Mariupol, in and along through Russia, and then all the way up to Belarus. So here you can see it better. So all of this is closed airspace. They've closed it down to commercial airliners, to civilian traffic. They've closed this airspace along the border here for their attack or assault on Ukraine. So from Belarus all the way to the Sea of Azov along their border, it is all closed. Every bit of it. So, wanted to show this to you guys. I'm still trying to get this other camera up. If you're on our private network, I'm in the Ask Lee Live channel. Not on YouTube anymore. I got tired of the trolls. So I'm just letting my mods just smoke trolls in there. I don't even look at that anymore. So if you got news for me, give it to me on the network. Oh, shit. Alright, so yeah, I need to get this up here for you. Hopefully this, and you'll see it again. Wow. Okay, so there was just a big flash in the screen there. Maybe we'll get that back up here. Let me... Yeah, see? Car alarm's going off from the shelling. Maybe we'll catch something here. Let me get it up here. All right, so this is a camera here that is live. It has audio on all of its different feeds. The issue is that the internet coming out of this camera is horrendous, and so very rarely do we get, you just get that pulse of data for a second and you get the frame. When I first turned it on a few minutes ago, I actually saw an artillery shell going off on this. I have no idea which one of the cameras it was on because this is out of a network of cameras. And then this is also the one that you guys were hearing the car alarms on as it's going around. I'm going to try to get more for you guys as we get it. Let's go back to the other cameras here. It appears as though my camera has went dead down there now. So I'll leave this one here in the left side. So anytime any audio comes from it, you'll hear it just like those dogs barking. And then again, we will take a look over here at the map. Everyone has, see there, they're getting struck. That's why all the car alarms going off. All right, so everybody dig for a camera out of Mariupol. See what you can get. Live video, audio out of Mariupol. Did you hear it? It's an explosion. I'm going to bring that up full screen here. And let's look for other cameras out of Mariupol. Put it in the chat on the network if you can, please, or send it to me on Twitter. All right, yeah, I just got a call from the Voice of Reason, guys. I'm going to give him a call. I'll be back. Let me get this other screen up here for you. You'll still be able to see the one I was just showing you. It'll be on the left-hand side.
We have been hearing a steady stream of loud strikes. It's not clear exactly what they are targeting. The city is eerily quiet still. Most people probably fast asleep when President Putin made that surprise speech announcing essentially the beginning of serious military action. We don't know exactly what those strikes are targeting, but our colleague Fred Pleiken, who is on the Russian side of the border, just about 30 miles away, has said that he has been hearing helicopters in the skies near Belgrade. Not far from here, that's where we have seen a large Russian military buildup near the border. And now people here are going to be waking up to a very different country than the one they went to sleep in. President Putin showing no signs of backing down at all. And as I said, we've been hearing, it's quiet now, of course, always this happens when you finally come to us for the live, it's actually quiet for a moment. But we have been hearing a steady stream of thuds all around the city. We are in the city of Kharkiv. It's a city of 1.4 million people up in the northeast of the country. It is not a city that is accustomed to war. It has been hit heavily in the Second World War. But this is a city full of young professionals. And up until a few days ago, nobody would have believed that this was actually going to happen.
Right,
and yet here we are
still see
after 5 o'clock in the morning, witnessing the beginnings of what promises to be a very ugly war.
Yeah. Clarissa, I want you to stay with us.
Suffering from this camera, but we are seeing that they are indeed under attack as we speak. So bring it to you live here, folks. Like we said they would, the Russians are attacking the Ukrainians. Putin has just declared war on Ukraine. Again, we're bringing it to you live. Share it out everywhere. We've got it. Nobody else has got it that we are aware of. This is live footage. Putin has declared war on Ukraine.
Striking is that the mayor of Kharkiv yesterday had put out a tweet basically telling people continue about your daily business, stay calm, stay unified, the city services are still working, you should still go to work. And less than 24 hours later, here we are, the beginning of a major military operation. I would like to say that there are bomb shelters in this city, one that's not too far away from here. But so far, there's no sense that there's any way of telegraphing to ordinary people that this has begun or of giving them any sense of how they should behave, where they should go, what they should do. There has been a state of emergency declared across the country. But when we were coming into this city, hours ago, we saw a couple of checkpoints to go in and to go out, but that was about it. And so you definitely don't have the sense here that people are really properly prepared for this moment, Victor.
All right, it's done. Stand by. I want you to stand by. I'm going to get back to Matthew Chance. Matthew, joining us now. Matthew, you put on your gear. I'm glad that you're okay. Clarissa said that they heard a steady stream of explosions where she is in Kharkiv, and now we heard live what was happening to you in Kyiv. Any explosions?
Well, actually, since we last spoke, it's gone quiet again. But we did hear that flurry of explosions, maybe 7 or 8 different distinct explosions. But they seem quite distant away. I mean, it's when you come under artillery fire or you hear explosions close up, you can really tell how close they are. and these seemed like quite a distance away. You could hear them in the distance. Still in Kiev, obviously, it's a big city, and we've got this good panorama across the city here now. And it's not quite clear, and I've been speaking to our security advisors here, it's not clear what may have been targeted, but obviously this is the capital of Ukraine. The Defense Ministry is here, the Foreign Ministry building is right behind us here, government buildings, command and control centres are here. And of course, there are also units of the Ukrainian military on the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital as well, which are positioned, obviously, to defend the city from any kind of ground invasion. The reason I raise that is because one of the elements of the US intelligence has been passed on to the Ukrainians, according
So here it is, real time, folks. We'll show it to you again. Let me get this over here. We're starting to get more pictures of this. Folks sending stuff into us. Thank you very much. If you've got video footage of this, send it to @NewsKLW. That is @News. That's NEWSKLW. We'll share it out, show everybody what you've got for us here. Got another video of it here for you guys. We'll let that one play so you guys can see some of it there. Well, see, we've got it out before Fulmer did. We're covering it live. Yep, we're covering it live, folks. Yes, we have explosions in Odessa also. Yep, again, we're seeing the traffic here. This guy's dragging something down the road here behind his car. See all the sparks flying out from under it? Probably people running in the streets. People running in the streets of Sumy. So if you've got it, send it to us. Oh, stand by. All right, that was a call out of Washington. Big things going on. Big meeting at the Office of National Reconnaissance today. My guy was there and said, oh shit. So here we go. We've got it. We're going to keep showing it to you. Somebody said there was a big flash in the upper left-hand corner. I didn't catch that. We're seeing that Lee's spooky cam upper right-hand corner is going nuts with the traffic. This is the one that I said was going to show a lot of stuff when it kicked off. We're seeing it right now. This little old road out in the middle of nowhere is now the busiest road in Ukraine. So, absolutely crazy what's going on here. And as you can see, the game is on. Funny how that happens, huh? So 3,120 of you in here. Hit that thumbs up, folks. Share us out on your social media. We're the ones that broke this. We're the ones that showed it. Show the rounds coming in. Lee's secret camera up here on the right-hand corner of your screen. All of a sudden, now the busiest camera in Ukraine. Like we said, funny how that works. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this for you guys here in real time. Well, Henry Ford, I'm not real sure what happened to all the idiots that called me everything in the world and said this was nothing more than a training exercise and it was never going to happen. They don't seem to be here tonight. All right, thank you, Outdoorsman. And if you are on our network, our private network, you can get to join our private network. Just go to the link at the top of the chat. You can sign up there, VIP or above. You can be part of our private chat. The sharing of these links that we are putting out here. Got all kinds of stuff. Let me move this over here. Actually, let me come out of there and do it over here in messages so we can show you guys everything that we've got coming up here. You guys can hear it, see it at the same time. Again, if you are just joining us, Vladimir Putin has declared war on Ukraine. He has said that he is going to, this is just fresh off of his translation, not even like a half an hour ago. He has declared war on Ukraine, has stated that he is going to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. So let's see what we've got here with the different ones. So again, we're not real sure where all the folks are who called us fake news and clickbait. Again, all of the folks called us clickbait, fake news. This is never going to happen. This is a training exercise. Well, guess what? The Russians, Vladimir Putin himself, has just declared war on Ukraine, says that he is going to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. And his troops are inbound now. They have already opened fire. They have closed the airspace along the Ukrainian-Russian border, getting absolutely crazy. You know, everybody said that that it wasn't going to happen, but well, we're watching it as we speak, folks. Here's more. So those are grand missile launchers going out there, folks. Each one of those flames you see going up in the air, that's a missile going to hit a town. So we told you it was going to happen. Everybody called us everything but a white man here. We were called clickbait. We were called fools. People called us everything, said we had no idea what we were talking about. We've got explosions in Mariupol. Trucks are streaming out of Kharkiv right now. Yeah, so folks, if you have video of this, what's going on in real time, send it to @newsklw. You can either send it to us or just share it to us, you know, tag us in it. We're going to continue to show you everything we get as we get it. Folks are sending us stuff from all over here, so thank you much for doing that, folks. So, wow, good shot of the explosion there. Hit that again. So, yeah, they're getting slammed there, folks. Getting slammed. All right, Matlock, where are you going to put that? If you're going to send it to me, are you going to send it on Twitter, or where are you going to send it? So, yeah, folks. Don't say I didn't tell you so. This is why people are flocking to our news network, because we have the real news. We tell you about the news before it's news. We've told you many, many times that this was going to happen. Folks didn't want to believe it. That's okay. Explosions heard in Hitchcock in Odessa's Cam. Need a link to that, please. So here we got another live cam here. Ooh, look at that smoke curling up there. Oh my God. We got audio on this one. As the sun comes up, Ukraine is under attack, folks. Ukraine is under attack. Yeah, the orange glow in the background in Odessa is Mercury lights there. So, yeah, we're seeing everybody going in and out now. People are going nuts trying to get there. So, yes, sunrise is coming up. We have got massive smoke on the horizon. Somebody just said there was an explosion in Kiev. I haven't seen that yet. So, again, all right, so I have to get Marcelo to give me that, and let me, Marcelo, hold on the pings, buddy. I'll get the pings. But again, folks, if you want real news like this all the time, 24 hours a day, join the network. Link is at the top of the chat. Do like everybody else is doing, getting real news, real time, no BS, real time notifications of what's going on out on the battlefield. Yeah, so that was the other thing. All of the Fulmer folks kept saying that we had no idea what we were talking about. There they are, more troops coming in. Look at the line of them, folks. The camera that I said was going to be busy, and everybody said, well, why would the hell would you want that camera? That is now the busiest camera of all of the cameras. There's more traffic on that one camera out in the middle of nowhere than all of the other cameras combined. Continuous stream of traffic on that camera now. We knew we would see the Russians sneaking in with that. Wow, massive shelling going on over there. Let me see if I can zoom in on that for you guys. We'll take a look there. Still shelling in the city here. We were seeing shelling in here just a few moments ago. We'll see if we continue to see that. We can see smoke rising up. Again, Russia has declared war on Ukraine. I repeat, Russia has declared war on Ukraine. This was just moments ago. Putin gave a speech talking about this. It was translated, and he said that Russia was now going to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. That is what they claimed. The smoke that you are seeing on the horizon here was from the artillery attacks against Ukraine just literally moments ago here, folks. This is breaking news. We're giving it to you live. There's sun is coming up over Ukraine. It is currently 5:34 a.m. in Kiev. Just moments ago, President Vladimir Putin declared war on Ukraine, stated that the country needed to be demilitarized and denazified. And that's what his mission was going to be, would be to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. Thus, they have closed the border to the border area to aircraft. And so the entire border area of Ukraine from the Sea of Azov up the eastern side of Ukraine all the way up to where the Ukrainian-Russian border meets Belarus. The Russians have closed the airspace there because of what's transpiring. We're going to go back to the other cameras here to see if we see any incoming anywhere else. But as you can see, people are starting to scurry. Oh, had an explosion there, folks. So Lee's camera in the middle of nowhere just saw the flash from an explosion. It's the upper right-hand corner. Folks streaming towards the fight. Absolutely crazy. Let me check some things here in the background, try to get me caught up here with everything that's going on. Let me get some tunes for you guys. I'll see if I can actually, let me check real quick here on Twitter or on Ask Lee. All right, somebody asked me to please open the chat. I will do that. Do I have enough mods in here to do that? And we're going to put it on slow mode. We're going to put it on 3 minutes. So I'll open it up, but we're going to put it on 3 minutes. explosions near the, what was it? Near the Boryspil Airport in Kiev, Ukraine. That may have been the flashes that we saw earlier. Those are the two upper images on your screen. Top left and top center are Kiev. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Actually, we're going to keep an eye on everything for you here. There's a claim of Russians taking over the airport at Kiev Airport right now. So if I change this on here, I got plenty of mods in here. And I'm going to tell you folks right now, if you say off-color things, if you say racist things, if you say nasty things, if you say it's not going to happen or anything stupid other than what we're talking about, there's no warning, there's no timeout. My mods are just going to ban you. And I will tell you, if you get banned now and you want to join the network later, guess what? We're not going to let you join the network. Because if you're going to be rude, crude, and socially unacceptable in our chat, then you would be rude, crude, and socially unacceptable on our network also, and we don't tolerate that. If you can't be nice and courteous and so on and so forth, we don't want you on our network. They don't pay us enough to put up with that type of behavior, so we're not going to. So we're here to give you the news. We're going to keep giving you the news. Thanks for being here. If you want to be part of our private network, go to the link at the top of the chat. Sign up there. Let me go over here on Twitter and see what we've got there. So let's see here what we've got here in notifications. Yeah, guys, I'm aware that there are over 100 jets. All I'm looking for right now is footage from this conflict. So if it's not footage from the conflict, please don't send it to me right now on Twitter. Don't ask me about your account status. I'm not going to look at it right now. The only thing I am interested in is this conflict and bringing you guys real news in real time on it. So we'll see what I can get for you here. Seems like the vehicles go a little faster when the shells start falling, huh? Oh, we're seeing camera issues out of Kiev. Oh, yeah, all kinds of camera issues. airspace is wide open over Ukraine. Forte has left. They're on their way out. There's not an aircraft anywhere airborne over Belarus, Ukraine, western half of Russia, or western quarter of Russia. Nothing over Crimea, any of this. It is totally quiet there because of the fact that the Russians are now attacking. The Russians have declared war on Ukraine as of about 30 minutes ago. So we're going to keep bringing it to you here live. I want to thank all of you guys for being here. You want news like this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Sign up at the link at the top of the chat. We've got smoke in the foreground on this image here too. Over here, I'll be checking my mail here from folks. Again, if you're not sending me links, videos, whatever, please don't send it to me now. What we want right now is the live stuff. So for those of you sending that to us, thank you very much. We've got another camera here, so we're going to check this one out too. Thank you for sending that. Oh, that one's in Kiev. Okay, great.
А вот это мало похоже на футбол.
Damn, that sounded like something got shot down. Did you hear that? Up, aircraft in the sky here. Sounds like paratroopers. Ukrainian Operations Command is reporting that cruise and ballistic missile strikes are targeting command and control assets of Kiev. So keep an eye on that screen there, folks. So yeah, tag us, folks, if you want to get it up here. Just tag us. We're going to go back to the beginning of all this tagging on the video. So lots of you guys have shared that with us. Thank you very much. We're going to play as much of it here for you as we can, so you guys can see it all. We're going to go back to the beginning again. About an hour ago, actually not even that, probably 45 minutes ago, Putin declared war on Ukraine. Claimed that he was going to demilitarize Ukraine, and that he was going to denazify Ukraine. So let's get this up here for you so you guys can see it. This is the explosions we were showing you just a short time ago. We're going to be putting up links like this on KLW World News all day. So if you haven't signed up there yet, go to the link. All right, we just lost the camera in downtown Kiev. Just lost the camera in downtown Kiev. All right, so if you were just now joining us, Russia's Vladimir Putin has declared war on Ukraine. Again, Russia has now declared war on Ukraine. In an address given just about an hour ago, Vladimir Putin said that Russia was going to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. And so Russia has started their all-out offense against Ukraine. The Ukrainian airport is now under attack. There is a variety of other places around Ukraine that are currently under attack. We're covering them all for you right here, right now. So if you want the real news, real time, this is the place to get it. Go sign up. If you want more, go to the link at the top of the chat. Sign up there, VIP or above. We'll get you hooked up on our private network so as that you can get real news in real time without all of the trolls. Warning to the trolls, if you sign up on our network and act like an a-hole over there, you will be banned from the platform and won't get your money back. So we don't do trolls on the network. We don't do trolls in here either. So anyway, thank you guys for being what the mods are doing. Again, we called it. People wanted to say that we were crazy and had no idea what we were talking about, but gee, sure looks like we hit it right on the head here, didn't we? So, I'm telling you, KY, you just got nailed, dude. You can't say Nazis and stuff like that. Be quiet. You're best off to keep your mouth shut rather than say a smart-ass remark in the chat. because the rule is they will ban you. They will ban you. So sorry, KY. Guess you needed some KY right there, didn't you? Anyway, yeah, we're gonna give you guys real news, real time, no BS. Thanks for all the folks who are tagging us here to get us all of these awesome videos here. Missiles going out of Belgorod. See them in the left-hand side, center row, right above the building there. You can see the missiles going out. Those are being fired out of Belgorod. Yeah, we'll get you a slow mode here. Stand by. All right, yeah, it's on 180. We're going to put it on 240. There we are, and we've got it on 3 weeks for subscribers. I'll make that 2 weeks. Give more people the opportunity to get banned from the channel. So, folks, we've got it here for you. Nobody else has got it. You want real news, real time, all the time, go to the link at the top of the chat. You'll get the inside news before it is news. We've been talking about this for months, told you all it was going to happen. I love it. YouTube's showing I've got 5,044 people in here, but concurrent viewers, they only say that there's 3,707. So, folks, Russia has declared war on Ukraine. I repeat, Russia has declared war on Ukraine. So, folks, if you got questions for me, go to the link at the top of the chat, sign up VIP or above. I am only taking questions from the KLW World News Network. Well, that's because they've been attacked for 8 years. They're used to it. And Odessa is not under attack. Would probably be the reason for that, Willard. Yep, so everybody that said I was wrong, everybody that said I was full of shit, everybody that said I didn't know what I was talking about, everybody that said I was clickbait, all of you people who said that, you can kiss my fucking ass. Because right here it is. Every one of you can kiss my ass. the thousands of people that called me everything but a white man, all of y'all, eat your fucking heart out. Every one of you. All of the thousands who said I had no idea what I was talking about, that Russia would never do this, that I'm stupid, I have no idea, I'm clickbait, I'm fear porn. You can kiss my ass now. I believe this is in Mariupol, is where this is. I'll have to check. And I'm not giving up, just so you guys know, I am not giving up military locations. I'm not doing it. All I did was show where the Russians were sneaking across the border to some folks in Ukraine who knew I was doing it. They've been watching it. That's why the camera that you saw up in the upper right-hand corner, that's why that camera was there. For my friends in Ukraine, I told them that the Russians were going to try to sneak across there, and so I put that up there. I didn't tell anybody where that camera was. I didn't tell anybody what that camera was, and sure as shit, what did they do? They snuck right by where I said they would, and our friends down along the Crimea border got to see what was going on in real time. So we're going to keep bringing it to you real time here, folks. All the stuff going on here. Yeah, folks, well, if you want real news in real time, go to the link at the top of the chat, sign up VIP or above. You'll get news like this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from the people who know what's going on in the world. We told you this was going to happen a month ago. This was going to happen. This is off of our feed. Folks didn't want to believe it. Right there it is. That's okay. That's off of our feed, folks. There is the rounds hitting the airport, most likely. I believe that is the airport there in Ukraine.
So this was going to happen. Folks didn't want to believe it. That's okay.
All right, so yeah, that's Mariupol in the lower left-hand corner. I wanted to get the other one that went with that had the audio to see if we can hear that.
Folks didn't want to believe it. That's okay. So this was going to happen.
Yeah, that's smoke in the middle cam. You damn right that's smoke in the middle cam.
That's okay.
Good eye there. Good eye there.
So this was going to happen.
Told you. There's the Ukraine-Russian border. Smoke rising, folks. Smoke rising right there. They've already hit it.
Relatively safe at the moment. Look, I've got a...
It's relatively safe at the moment.
I've got a flak jacket right here.
You're supposed to be putting it on there, Mike.
So Matthew Chance is live from Kyiv, Ukraine. Matthew, we're going to stick with you. Matthew is on a roof in central Kyiv, he's telling us, and
I think it's relatively safe at the moment. Look, I've got a...
I think it's relatively safe at the moment. I've got
a flak jacket.
You got a flak jacket because there's flak coming in there, mate.
So Matthew Chance
put that shit on right way, straight away now.
Matthew, we're going to stick with you. Matthew is on a roof in central Kyiv, he's telling us, and
I think it's relatively safe at the moment. Look, I've got a... Oh.
There's another one.
I've got a flak jacket right here.
He's got a flak jacket right there.
Get it on.
He's got to get it on. So put that flak jacket on there, mate. So... All right, and I want to get the other Mariupol cam, the one that's down in the bottom center. We're going to replace that with the other Mariupol cam.
Live from Kyiv, Ukraine. Matthew, we're going to stick with you.
We got another one there in Mariupol. Yeah, roger that. I know the bottom center camera's down. I'm going to get through the news and then I'll go fix it. Yeah, folks, we're going to come back through and go through all of these again. Right now, we're just trying to see if there's attacks on Ukraine or attacks anywhere else. All of this stuff is already recorded right here. So we want everybody to be able to see this. And Ukraine, Russians are entering Ukraine. Gee, exactly where I said they would. Isn't that funny? Exactly where we said the Russians would go into Ukraine. They're going into Ukraine. My wife's looking at me like, how does that happen, Lee? They did exactly what you said they were going to do? You're damn right they did. Just remember, folks, if you're going to go to war, you got to know your enemy. So, gee, here. They're bombing military units. Right up the road from where my camera is. folks, if you want to get real news like this 24 hours a day, go to the link at the top of the chat. Sign up for our private news network. That's where I'm going to be taking questions as soon as I get through all of the videos here that we have got coming in. Again, if you've got news videos you want to share with us, this is only stuff that's brand new, just coming out. Share it with us. Just tag us, put in @news KLW. That's @NEWS KLW. Again, @NEWS KLW.
In Ukraine, the sun has not come up.
No, it's not 5:23. It's 6:09. But we've been on it. We knew it.
Operation would begin under the cover of darkness. We'd also been told that they are expecting some difficult weather in the coming days, and that likely Vladimir Putin would move in this particular time period, given the weather conditions on the ground, and before sunrise allows them to get this operation started. It is 5:23 in the morning in Ukraine. The sun has not come up. We had been told by...
Oh, yes, it has. So, yeah, we're going to go over all this here at full screen here, folks. I'm so worked up, I'm sweating. So, oops. Move that. I didn't want to do that. Somebody had. Wanted to get the Mariupol feed with sound. Somebody just shared that with me, so thank you very much. We're gonna give you all the full-size cameras there too, folks. So just give me a minute to, I need to fix this Mariupol camera here so that you guys have that and we have sound out of Mariupol. Right here, that's Mariupol. It does that, just so you know. Do is we're going to put that into our Mariupol. And I'm going to turn that down so we don't have to listen to that. All right, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Oh, you can bet CNN is subscribed to our channel. CNN, Fox News, all of them are subscribed to our channel now. Because we called this a month ago. So it looks like the Russians are hitting the Ukrainian military depots. Okay, so Ukrainian air defense shot down Russian drones. We talked about that aircraft that got shot down there earlier. We'll have to go through these here. This is the Russian military. That's the Ukrainian arms depot that got hit. I knew they would hit that first. Everywhere they had ammunition stored, they wanted to hit it like this. Oh, sirens in Kiev. Again, folks, if you want real news in real time, no BS, sign up, VIP or above. Link is at the top of the chat. It's $1 a day. We'll give you real news in real time that you just can't get anywhere else.
Єбать, що робиться нахуй? Ужас.
Вот и пизда.
Это война, мам. Это нормально.
That's Dnepr under attack, folks. Dnepr under attack. Here's from Sumi. We saw this.
А вот это мало похоже на...
I'd say the drone didn't make it. Sorry, Putin. Next. All right, so we got a report of the Russian fighter jets have conducted airstrikes on the Ukrainian 25th and 93rd Brigade. I know the guys in the 93rd. Not good, folks. Not good.
Минут назад взагалі нічого не було. 10 минут назад взагалі нічого не було.
Oh yeah, the Ukrainians have a Russian, have an air defense system for the Russians. No, U.S. forces will do nothing. No soldiers from the U.S. will go into Ukraine. Somebody's saying that Zelensky is declaring martial law for Ukraine. Ukraine was under a state of emergencies starting at midnight their time. So we've got it here for you folks. More real news in real time than you can shake a stick at. There's an explosion in Odessa. Explosion in Odessa.
Одесса.
Очень важных слов для тех, у кого может возникнуть соблазн со стороны вмешаться в происходящее событие. Кто бы ни пытался помешать нам, а тем более создать угрозы для нашей страны, для нашего народа,
This is Putin declaring war just a little over an hour ago. For those of you who speak Russian, here it is. You can hear it yourself without our translation.
Теперь несколько важных, очень важных слов для тех, у кого может возникнуть соблазн со стороны вмешаться в происходящее событие. Кто бы ни пытался помешать нам, а тем более создать угрозы для нашей страны, для нашего народа, должны знать, что ответ России будет незамедлительным и приведет вас к таким последствиям, с которыми вы в своей истории еще
Yeah, somebody asked if I was going to bed. I've been up pretty much 24 hours a day for the last 2 weeks to try to bring you this when it happens. So, yeah, I'm going to knock off here in about 20 minutes and call it a night. And I'll get up probably around noon tomorrow, and we'll cover it from there. Yeah, everybody's hauling ass out of Odessa, or out of Kharkiv there. Look at that. Putin was live about almost 2 hours ago now, and he said that Russia was invading Ukraine. He was going to demilitarize Ukraine. and that he was going to rid it of oh shoot, what did he call it? You guys remember. He was going to rid it of Nazis. Wow, they're pouring out of Kharkiv. Look at that. Pouring out of there. And we knew they would because this is the way they got to come. And we had this camera before, but it went down. And then we had another one like this that somebody else shared with us today. Eric, what do you want me to open it up to? You're asking me to open the chat, which is going to inundate my members, my mods with trolls. So how far are you asking me to go? Because what you have to understand is my members are, my trolls are going to, or my mods are going to have to go in there and deal with all the trolls that are going to come in. It's 5,000 people almost in here. 3,008 is what YouTube wants to say, even though the real-time stats says there's 5,000. Hit that thumbs up, folks. Share this on your social media. You're not getting this anywhere else, and neither is anybody else. Don't hide us from the world. Share us. And if you want real news, real time like this all the time, go to the link at the top of the chat. Sign up VIP or above there. Get yourself taken care of. 1 minute delay for allow chatters. I'm going to go a week. That's it. If you ain't been here a week, chat on our network. Hell no, Kharkiv isn't going to be okay. Putin wants to level Ukraine. All right, there you go. Merry Christmas. If you come in here into the chat and you act the ass or make rude, crude, or socially unacceptable comments, my mods will ban you for life. Merry Christmas. The sound is from the one at the bottom in the center and the top in the center. I have both of them. There's them fuel trucks. What'd I tell you about that? All right, so sign up. You like it? Sign up. Go to the link at the top of the chat. Sign up. VIP or above. Get into the know, because I'm going to tell you what, folks, there's going to be a day I'm not going to do a chat. I'm not even going to do shows on YouTube. They're going to be on our network and our network exclusively. And if you're not there, if you don't get it, you won't get it. So get it now while the getting's good. Get it while you still can. Link is at the top of the chat. Now, I need to get up and walk around because this old fat man has been sitting here for weeks waiting for this to happen. No, it's confidence, not arrogance, Mike. I've been talking about this for a month, and people have called me everything on the face of the planet, Mike. They've called me a fearmonger. They've called me fear porn. They've said I was full of shit. I had no idea. They claimed stolen valor. You wouldn't believe what people have been saying about me for the last 2 months. And today, I'm right, and every fucking one of them is wrong. Just like you are. This isn't arrogance, this is confidence. When you got 30 years of doing something, you can have some confidence. It's ignorance like you that don't know the fucking difference. But with that, I'm going to go take a walk. Have a nice life there, dude, that I just banned for life. The rest of you, welcome. We're going to continue to give you real news in real time with no BS. Troll free. We don't put up with people like the one that we just saw there. So on my network, you don't hear any of this profanity. You don't hear me get upset. You don't hear any of that because we don't have assholes like Mike on our network. So have a great day, Mike. You might want to go over to Lookner's channel, Mr. Fulmer. He may fit you a little better. We're a little salty here for pussies like you. Yeah, folks, that's from Kharkiv right there. Left-hand side, left column, center row. I don't know about an amphibious assault in Odessa, but we got cameras down there. So all of our members on the KLW World News Net, we've got that list of cameras there. Go through Odessa and see what we've got there. I got to get up and walk around. I haven't done that yet. I'm still sitting here working in the background, as I always do. All right, again, folks, if you haven't signed up yet, go to the link at the top of the chat, sign up for private news that you don't get anywhere else on our private news network. I'm going to get up, go outside, take a walk around outside of the studio here, stretch my legs, cool off a little bit. I'll be back. Give me about 10 here. Yeah, poor Lookner. I'm sure he is losing it over there. Actually, I thought he already lost it, but okay. Anyway. Sorry, Lookner, I was right. Again. You guys can go tell him that if you want. It's entirely up to you. NATO won't do anything, Carol. Won't do anything. So, sign up. Links at the top of the chat. We'll see you there, folks. Only taking questions from our network. Yeah, and folks on my network, go through the Odessa cam. We have more reports of an amphibious landing in Odessa. So let's get views that look out over the sea there at Odessa. Let's go through all those. Let's put them in the Ask Lee live chat, and I'll load them up when I get back in. Yeah, roger that there, Marcelo. So again, you guys want real news in real time like this. We've been calling this. This is the difference between our newscast and everybody else's newscast. They tell you the agenda. We tell you what the hell's going on. When nobody else in the world would say this was going to happen, we were damn certain it was going to happen. Everybody argued with us. Everybody called us everything. Everybody said this, that, and the other about us, called us everything in the world but a news broadcast. And then here we come out here and we tell it like it is all the time. And guess who was right? Uh-huh. Who's your daddy now, Lookner? Who's your daddy now, all you preppers that said I was full of shit? Who's your daddy now, all of those U.S. Army retired? They're never going to invade. You have no idea what you're talking about. Right. So, trolls, I'm going to bend over here. I'm going to crack it wide open. Pucker up, mothers. Y'all can kiss my ass. All of you who have called me everything in the book for the last 2 months. Kiss my lily white fat ass. For the rest of you, welcome aboard. Thanks for being here. Sorry for the salty language, but these people have called me everything for a month. And this is my moment of go fuck yourself. And it's like I saw today is the perfect quote. You can be nice, you can be kind-hearted, but you can also tell people to go fuck themselves when necessary. So thank you very much for being here. For all of you who were doubters, again, kiss my ass. All right, folks, I'm back. I have to send out the alert here. So you guys are going to have to bear with me a moment while I do this. And stand by. Don't send me anything in the Ask Lee while I'm doing this. Do not send. Me anything in the Ask Lee until after I am done with this alert, please. I'll tell you when you can. So just stand by because I've got to shut this software down, go into the emergency alert software, and come back. So I'll be back. Also, those of you on the network, you are about to get your first emergency alert. So your phone's going to start beeping here in just a few moments. If you have not signed up for our network of emergency alerts like this, go to the link at the top of the chat. Sign up there, VIP or above. Get you into real news, real time, no BS. From the source that got it right all along. That's right, the source that got it right. When everybody else said we were crazy and had no idea what we were talking about, we're the ones that got it right when everybody else said it wasn't going to happen. Russia has declared war on Ukraine and are attacking as we speak. I repeat, Russia has declared war on Ukraine and they are attacking as I speak. Russia has declared war on Ukraine. The war has started. Russia has declared war on Ukraine. The war has started. You do not need to acknowledge this alert. All right, folks, you can resume sending messages to me again, please. All right, so for those of you who are just joining us, a little over an hour and a half ago, Vladimir Putin declared war on Ukraine. He stated in his speech that he was going to de-arm Ukraine and denazify Ukraine. So shortly after he made that speech, before it even got translated, his forces were firing on locations in and around Ukraine. They have attacked the airport, from what we hear, in Kiev. They have attacked ammo dumps at a variety of other locations. Lots of stuff going on here. So we got Forte 12 up again over the Black Sea. They're having a look-see at what naval activities are taking place there, I'm fairly certain. That's why they have changed their pattern of their search there, as you see, as they go out over the Black Sea, for those of you that are looking at that. AC says it looks like Odessa has fallen. All right, do we have any cameras out of Odessa? We can put that into the Ask KLW Live Show chat, or the Ask Lee chat here from the Ask Lee. Okay, yeah, well, that's the reason it cut out over the phones, is because this computer is just hammering right now. I've got so much stuff running on it. So I got the text message, that's what matters. Life. So